Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome aboard Flying with Mike. And hope you all enjoy this Friday, folks. It's the weekend. Sound the joys, sound the trumpets. The weekend has arrived. And I hope it's a great one for you, folks. I really do. Right here looks like I think, sunny weekend. You never know here in St. Louis, especially with that opening. But anyway, we are not going to the Orient today. No, we're just flying Northwest Orient for Piedmont Virtual. It's a historical group of airlines, Piedmont being the nucleus, but then they have Northwest. They just added Virgin America not too long ago, and Pan Am's part of it. Not Pan Am Virtual that I fly with, their idea of it, and a couple of others. So it's kind of fun to fly for Piedmont. So although in waning days it gets more and more challenging to want to stay with them. So philosophies are starting to not mesh with me, and that's when it's time, when the hobby starts to feel like it starts to feel, I don't know the words I'm looking for. When it doesn't feel right, it's time to go. And I really think they they've gotten pretty one-sided. We'll put it that way. Trying to be as diplomatic as possible here, folks. However, they are a good virtual airline. They are part of Virtual American. They're part of the group. It's a separate entity, Virtual American, as this is. So the rules that you fly under are pretty strict. And just because you're flying the old historic birds, they don't cut slack for it, folks. All right, so today, by a request, if you were on our Discord channel, you would have seen we had a YouTube subscriber reach out to me, 601 Join Air Wing, and asked me if I could help him in getting this bird started. Now, I told him I would. And I also pointed him to the Felis site in case maybe there's a technical issue. There's a couple that come to mind, but without directly talking and seeing what's going on, I don't want to just arbitrarily jump that, into that hoop. So what we're going to do today is go slow with the cold and dark startup. Well, kind of, sort of cold and dark. I already got the batteries on. I already got the alignment started. Oh yeah, and most of the lights checked. So a lot of it's already done. But we'll walk through it again, just at a slower pace. I know sometimes hitting that rewind button on YouTube could be, catch it at the wrong time. So we'll kind of go a little slower, and that way maybe you'll pick it up. I do know we're in a commercial break right now, so we'll get started with pre-briefing this. Folks, it's hopefully not going to go 8 hours today. That was a fun. If you didn't get to see it, folks, you are blessed. It's up on YouTube right now. 8 hours, Charleston to Charlotte to Pensacola in the Tolis A321neo. Then out of Pensacola to Dallas in the Zebo, and we figured out halfway through getting the aircraft ready to go, we have a star wrong, and we had to get a reroute. And ATC did a phenomenal job. I want to send that out. I hope you're part of our crew. Jacksonville Center yesterday evening did a spectacular job handling all of the airports he had. I think he said some 250 and us wily coyote pilots, namely one flying with Mike, who don't know how to check his stars before filing a flight plan. Yeah, dispatch, that was on them. So, but we should be coming out of the break here any moment. We did. So again, folks, if you missed yesterday's 8 hour, close to 8 hour, just phenomenal streaming yesterday. That was some of the funnest flying I've done in a long time, since the day before at least. But anyway, it really was great. ATC again in Jacksonville, 100% great. Check it out. The video is up on YouTube now. So, a little bit, I had almost a little bit of everything for everybody out there in it. We had the TOLUS and we had the Zebo. So, kind of helped both sides of the fence out there. Kind of, the diplomatic me at work. Yeah, right. People that know me close here know, yeah, diplomatic. He's got great diplomacy. The highway, my way or the highway. And see, I can say that being an old truck driver. All right, so Northwest Orient, Felis 747-200 Classic on the line. Hopefully, pardon me for a second here, 601.joinairwing, all one word, comes aboard on Twitch, and we can walk through. If you do, please let me know you're in here. And I'll bring Discord up and we can walk through where you're having the troubles. But for now, I'm going to keep Discord in a mute. Matter of fact, you know what I can do? I'll do that. And go here. And that should help out. So if you come in, go to our Discord channel. If you are, right here is a link to it. And give us a shout. Also, it's in the notes in the more section below the video. All right, so again, the 747-200, November 632 Uniform Sierra Northwest Orient's 747. No, again, we're not going to the Orient. We're going close, Seattle. Like I said, it's close. I think they have a China district there in Seattle. Or is it, yeah, China districts. That's usually what they're called. Anyway, we'll get off that track real quick before it could get out of hand. All right, so here we are, folks, 747. Let's start this off properly. Folks, this is called a classic. Why? Because it is, one, a classic, but two, most of your classic aircraft, minus the 737, minus the DC-9, and a couple of others that I personally don't call classics, but some do, have minimum three in the cockpit. To the right up here, I'm sorry, my left, is the captain, your first officer, and the guy that makes them look good to the passengers is the guy that runs this big console, the flight engineer. He does it all, folks. He monitors the engines right down here, electrics, air, pneumatics, hydraulics, fuel, fire systems, the body gear systems, and that way you all can sit back and go, man, that was such a spectacular, man. I gotta say thank you to the captain. He just was the guy that had the yoke in the hands and made sure the airplane hopefully went to the right airport. Even though they did end up on the wrong airports and runways. Hey, they still do that today. But anyway, the This whole crew, though, worked together, and they're what bring you that phenomenal flight. All right, so we'll hit up here to the captain's seat, and let's start off with what I do when I come on the plane here, so we can just put it out there. Soon as I come on the plane, um, I will reach over here, close the guard on the battery switch, raise here. Let me just zoom in. Zoomy zoom zoom. Battery switch and standby power. Close the guard, turning the battery on. Standby power up. And then I come over here to the EFB. Yes, that's right. 747 had an EFB. Not. No, they did not. But we do here because of flight simming. It does really help. Again, you are one person doing the job of three to get this plane from point A to point B. Now, if you run with the INS SEVAs, I power to you. I'm not. There's a whole litany of reasons we're not going to get into. We'll do it offline, but we stay away from them, and it's just because it may. I'll give you the quick headline version. My flight simming experiences were not that great due to errors that always kicked up on them. Couldn't clear them, couldn't get rid of them, paid for the item, paid for it with the plane here, but I actually paid for it to be in the sim. They wouldn't help. So I no longer fly with INS systems. Sadly, that means I can't fly the Concorde because I will not fly something that requires a SEVA. Long story stop, headline over. All right, so then I'll reach over here to ground services, uh, set the chocks, connect ground power, connect the air conditioning unit. Now, the top two will give you a voice, ground power, or ground chocks, connecting ground power, chocks on, ground power on. ACU doesn't, so don't be expecting it, okay? First thing. Once we're done there, then I head over to the panel. If you want to follow that booklet that comes with Felis in doing a proper startup and all in it, feel free to. They're going to have you go through and check the power. Make sure you have good hertz and voltage. Power to you. I'm going to do it with the APU just to let you know. I don't do it with the ground power. All right, and then I just turn on my galley powers. Trim air is opened, humidifier turned on, and I get the aircraft cooling down, warming up, depending season of the year. Then I hop up here, come down here, get the anti-skid on, the body gear steering armed, align for the IRU, align for the IRU, align for the IRU, come down, set these. You don't have to, they're not functional, but you can. I go HF1 for SoCal 1, HF2 for SoCal 2, and I put it on low, USB, USB. Come down the middle, make sure we're aligned, emergency lights on, smoking and fasten seatbelt lights on, door open. Come down the next row, again, make sure we're in a line, compass slaved, USB. Now I'll turn my nav lights on, my logo lights on, to signify we have power on the plane, and then radio masters. Both of these switches on. Test my stall warning, Mach airspeed warning test, over rotate test, wing anti-ice test by going up, probe heater tests up, bottom lights will go out, and then I lift the guard, turn the power on in the middle switch here, and move the switches up to do the overheat check. Move them all down afterwards, all the way down to on. Then you can turn the power switch off. And then once again, set your cockpit lighting how you want. And I do my instrument or my indicator lights. And what that is every light bulb in the overhead and forward light bulbs are checked, down below as well. And that's the overhead. Now, I can go ahead, move these to nav since they're aligned. And I'm going to go ahead, do my CVR check. Now, up here is wheel fire. Okay, good check. These actually test elsewhere. We're going to do that here now. All right. Yes, we have not pre-flighted yet, folks. I get that. Now, if you do miss something here, folks, head over to our YouTube channel and hopefully you'll pick up what you're missing and you'll catch it because we could be coming to a commercial break soon. All right, so now we're on the upper part of the flight engineer panel. I delineate that. Fuel panel and lower is the lower part. Right above that is, to me, the upper part. All right, so we'll start we're going to go this way on this panel. Actually, kind of go this way, down, and then kind of loop our way back. All right, you'll see it's a rhyme to me, but it may be something different for you to look at. All right, so the APU stays off for now until we put fuel in the plane and start loading people. Then we'll crank it up. And if we're going Seattle to Tokyo, we'll leave it off until ready for engine start. Don't want to burn any fuel until absolutely I have to. You need all of that, folks, to get to Japan from here. Not from Minneapolis, from Seattle. From Minneapolis, you go to Anchorage and down. Okay, enough on that. So we're going to now slow the pace down a little bit. All right, and we're going to try to get a plane that behaves with me. There we go. All right, so here's your APU we'll deal with later. Okay, now if it says test, test. Squibs for the APU, fire check, overheat check. Okay, galley powers are on. I also turn the galley control lav fan to auto and the chillers on. Make sure you're in and connected on your DC bus isolation form. Okay, walking over to the next panel, trim air open, humidifier on. I do not touch the pack controls. I touch them here, but I do not touch them here. Down here, Gasper van on. You can turn the cockpit on. That's your call. You're the pilot in command. Doesn't restrict you from starting the airplane. And then your other vans are throughout the cabin. Okay, now for now, I keep the packs off. There's no air into the aircraft to respond. Let me show you. I just opened all the way and none of the valves are doing anything. But you can turn the engine bleeds on. Make sure in your pre-flight start these are on. Your isolation valves are on. When you're starting, make sure the packs are off. Okay, that's as far as we're going to go there. Over to here, now we're getting to where we're testing the engine's fire systems. Okay, again, the squibs, and what a squib is, folks, that's what triggers. a little pop that pours the agent into the engine to put out fires. Basically, it's a little explosive device that opens up the canister that has the fire retardant in it. Hope I said that pretty close to accurate. I've actually never seen one. I know where they are on Airbuses, where the fire extinguisher pods are. I know where they are, but I don't know what the squib itself looks like. All right, so we tested those squibs. Now, if you remember, up here we had a check on the upside and the light went off here, and on the downside the light went off. Same thing here. Okay, so you have two positions, up and down here on A and B. Next door to it is your cargo fire. That's up front too. That's why I go all the way back to the firewall, swing my look to the front so I can see them. All right, we're done having to look that hard. Okay, again, if it says test, test. Believe it or not, if you run the checklists, there is a test at the end of this, so to speak. Okay. All right, brake temperatures. This is for your wheels, your main wheels under the wings. That's where your brakes are. Sorry, folks, there are no brakes on the nose gear. So that's where we're testing for brake fire. Well, we're testing that the sensors would pick it up. Okay, all right, so there's cold brake, hot brake. Okay. All right, and then anti-skid. Moving our way down, let's check the landing gear doors. And potable water. Here's your anti-skid test inputting. And then right down here, your fuel jettison if you have to come back and you're over your landing weight. Means you're going to be dumping fuel, folks. All right, so coming back through here, nothing to concern ourselves with other than why can't I get you to reset?
It's being stubborn.
It sure is. Welcome aboard. Mr. Duluth Fly is in the house.
In the house. No.
So then I'll come up to the hydraulics, do a quantity check. And then I kick on the electric hydraulic pump for number 4 to get the system charged up. Again, remember we were here earlier. Let's work here, set with our outside barometric pressure. And in Minneapolis, it's 3013.
I just flew into Minneapolis today.
Awesome. I'm getting ready to fly out to Seattle.
Nice.
30, just kind of guesstimate that one, folks. All right, and then we'll get the altitude here in a minute. All right, now the fun panel, the fuel panel. Actually, it's not as complicated as it kind of looks. You just got to realize, follow the lines. Imagine that being a pipe running through the wing, and how do you want the fuel to make sure the engines, look at these switches as if they're the engines getting fuel. So now when you go long distance, say Seattle to Tokyo, you'll be actually turning off some of these booster pumps But so long as this pipe has all of the valves open, you can do that because fuel is still getting ran into the tanks, into the engines by just following these lines. So today we won't really get into that. 3.5 hour journey just will not make us have to do anything with the fuel too much. And then as we start descent, we'll empty the far out reserve tanks into the tank next to them. You're wanting the furthest tanks out to be lighter than the ones closest to the fuselage. And if you understand, if you do a flying with Mike landing, you really don't want more weight out on the wingtips than in the center because the wing might go snap. No, really won't, but it could.
Snap, crackle, pop, rice krispies.
Yep. All right, and we'll check our crossfeed valves. Just making sure everything shows that it's moving. Because remember, this is how you set up for long distance flying after you get established in your cruise. And let's make sure, oh, okay, these will not go out because the tank's empty. All right, lights are all working. And we checked everything and we haven't, that may be our fuel load, by the way. We'll find out. Very close to it, I'll bet. This area is used to empty this tank once it reaches 2,000, your center tank, and it dumps, I believe, to your number 2. I wish they would have came up for a way to dump to both, because boy, then you get it emptied, then you gotta rebalance the aircraft. It's just a pain where these engineers get their thinking, and maybe it's just by the way the parts are lined up. Who knows? But someone should have taken their slide rule and made it an abacus. Finally, folks, we're over here. These are the engines. Now, when you're starting up, you will not see N2 on the engines in front of the pilot co-pilot. It's actually right here. However, this airplane will tell you when you reach 20%. The first officer, I'm sorry, the flight engineer. He's the guy that does it all, folks. I told you, he runs this plane. You would think he's the captain, and the other two are Heckle and Jekyll. But no, it's the other way around. Now, also, you can do an indicator light test. I've actually already done that. So we're good to go on this panel. And what I'm going to do now is head over here. And we're going to actually go through the quick pre-flight so we can get this plane ready to start up. SEM toolkit. And flight planning. Load. From Duluth World out to SEATAC.
Thank you.
And looks like you may see some thunderstorms later, unless they don't go towards the
Nope.
north any.
They're coming toward me.
So, yeah, I can see a nice little line here. Thankfully, right in here where St. Louis is, it's dry. Thankfully.
I'll figure out how to change that.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure they'll pop in here somehow.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get in here and see what we're going to have. 357 people. Sardine can behind us.
Or as Karia calls it, a tube liner.
It is that. Wide tube liner.
Very wide, yes.
Interesting, because my loadout sheet here shows no cargo. Huh. Well, let me
Consider
double
yourself
check.
lucky.
But, okay, I wish I could easily show this to you. Page 1 of my loadout says 0 pounds cargo. OFP, which is my operating flight plan load sheet, now I have 19,635. SMERF, you have a bug.
Someone doesn't know how to add.
Or make that field jive. By the
Mm-hmm,
way,
mm-hmm.
speaking of computers out there, folks, some of you may be stuck in terminals right now.
Oh yes,
There
that is
is a
true.
national ground stop right now in the U.S. United American and Delta had already initiated their own. But this extends not just the U.S., folks. This started in Hong Kong, worked its way across Europe to selected airlines, and now has landed, because we're awake now, in the U.S. That's how the news story read on Facebook that I saw. Now the U.S. is waking up to it. So, yes, there is a huge computer issue going on. Don't
I
know if
thought they
it's
figured that out.
ATC, don't know what exactly is causing it, but yeah, that's why you're delayed.
I thought they figured that out.
Fixed what up?
Hold on. 2,000 U.S. flights were canceled as global computer outage wreaks havoc on business, 911 systems, and state agencies.
So, hopefully they get things up and running. They may already, folks. I haven't looked to FlightAware or anything like that, but that's why you got delays. We
Well,
might have to go back to the
hopefully.
old tin can and a string. Although it's kind of tough at 40,000 feet, I'm sure
I'm
they
looking
can.
at. I am looking at FlightAware right now, and it's very busy.
Is it? Oh, then the flights may be finally back up. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we woke up to that this morning, folks.
Can I tell you something real quick, and I'll let you
Sure.
get back to your. Okay, so I'm a. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a DAT responder for the American Red Cross.
Yeah.
So at 5 o'clock this morning, my phone was blowing up. I'm like, what in the world is going on? So I walked in. I went into my room, went and picked up the phone. It's the Northland News, the Northland alert system or something like that, telling me that at 1 o'clock in the morning, no, it was 2 o'clock in the morning, they had the 911 systems in Duluth had been shut down. Were in the whole state of Minnesota were gone,
Oh, wow.
gone, gone, and it was just like, and I'm like, okay, so and then it's 5 o'clock. They finally wrote back and said, okay, never mind, it's all cleared up. And I'm like, what?
Yep.
So
I'm
I
not
looked at
sh-
my.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
No, go
No,
ahead.
no, no. Okay. So I get on the internet. I'm looking at it, and there's this big headline on the newspaper on the thing that I have that exactly what you were saying, that some cybersecurity thing had crashed somewhere and it caused a humongous havoc on everything. And there was a note somewhere, I can't remember where, that said airplanes are not allowed to land. They weren't allowed to land because of some kind of digital screw up. And I was
Oh,
like, wow.
wow. That's not cool.
Mm-mm, mm-mm. So, but apparently it's gotten straightened out because I'm looking at FlightAware right now, and it's a very, very, very busy, very busy.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear the planes are at least back up. So, and
Oh yeah.
Boeing 737-800WL winglet. This is Sim Toolkit. I really thought, no, it
Yeah.
doesn't say it anywhere on it. It used to. Huh. Oh well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a
Boeing 7.
really
That guy came from my chat, by the way. He's been in my chat before.
very cool. Very cool. Welcome aboard. I've seen him in here before, so
Yeah, maybe he bled over from yours. I don't know, but I've seen him in my chat.
it doesn't matter. All right,
It
but
doesn't
anyway,
matter.
I'll make sure he's back here in 40 seconds to let him know directly.
Mhm.
I gave him a message. Oh, he got it.
And for those of you keeping score at home,
Yeah,
Here
but
is,
that guy didn't even show the graphic.
there you go.
Huh. Well, anyway, folks, this is the flight through SimBrief. Now, with American, like we saw yesterday, it goes to SimBrief, brings the information over. So does Piedmont Virtual. They're all the same group. I am not in his stream.
Oh, okay. Well, I could have swore I saw him. I could have swore I saw him just pop in one day.
Oh,
That name looks really familiar, man.
I've seen
I'm
him
not.
here before, and I welcome you back, sir. So, but anyway,
Yeah.
you go to SimBrief. Now I remember what I was going to type. Old age really stinks, folks. There's a link to Piedmont. Anyway, you go to SimBrief, it brings it back, kind of like a real airliner, and then you go from the data you get. Here we're going to have 82,000 pounds of payload, zero fuel weight at 470, we'll call it 73,000. We're going to block fuel at 97,300 pounds. 357 people dare to fly with me today, and 19,600 pounds of cargo. Again, we'll kind of see how that works out here in a second when we start loading the plane.
Why anyone would fly with you is beyond me.
I know they take their life in their hands. That's why we make them sign non-disclosure agreements so they can't get on.
Bingo! Now you're thinking.
Airlines might want to think about. Oh, did I say that out loud?
Yeah, did you just say that? Wow. Give them ideas, Mike. Give them ideas.
Sign this. Sign
All
this.
right.
Sign this.
Right. If you should you die as a result of our carelessness, we are not responsible.
Anyway, folks, we'll be taking off. I don't think we're going to use runway 17. We'll see what else is available. I think the
Well, I
12s
can
will
look.
be.
I can look. I can look. Let's see. I
Seattle
have
will
this.
be coming in south, so, and I don't think I'm going to land. Well, I kind of liked 16 right yesterday or the day before, whenever it was
No,
I landed over. That was kind of nice on that runway. So we'll see. SMERF 7 departure. La 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 la
oh
la.
my God.
Hey, that's what I'm departing on.
Well, actually, you know what? If you look at KMSP's digital ATIS, AFA digital ATIS, it says departing runway 17.
Yeah, if I have to, I will. J36 out to Mullen Pass to the Glacier 3 arrival. And again, we're landing south. They've got us set up for 16 right. I might do that today instead of the center. I really don't like the center runway on the default scenery there. It's got a really bad hump to it.
Oh, speaking of default scenery, I just thought. Thank you for
And
reminding me.
36,000 today, folks. Weather here in the land of Minneapolis. Some clouds at 6,000, some more at 25,000. South, well, that's a southwesterly wind at 7. So, we'll take 17 if that's what we have to do. I'll check lengths and all to make sure. So that we don't go through what we did yesterday in a reroute out of Pensacola to Dallas because I was given the wrong arrival. By SimBrief, dispatchers, I tell you.
How dare you?
Yes, man, them dispatchers need to get their butts in the flight deck and
Yeah, bad attitude if you're watching. I mean, I'm kidding. Let's see here.
All right, and the winds in Seattle out of the south at 8. So beautiful flight, folks. Hope to have fun. We always try to here, and we're going to go ahead file this one on VATSIM.
VATSIM.
And now I get to be. Oh, wait a minute. Did it do it again? I'm glad I double check everything. All right, we're going to push our time for departure up a little bit. Start there. We'll put it to that ought to work. And then I think that'll work.
And then
let's see, PBN for this aircraft. We'll just keep it there, and we'll put our RNAV capability. Since we do have an FMC, unlike most, oh, come on, really?
Uh-huh.
There we go. And RVR at 100. Category Performance D. There we go, filed. And we'll be flying Northwest. Oh, man, I should have put them on there. 007.
Dun, dun, dun.
We're Northwest 7.
I was about to do the Mission Impossible theme song.
Da da
But
da 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 da
oh
da
my
da da
God.
da. It's been a long time since I've actually flown a Flight 7.
There you go.
So, but anyway, we are there. So, with all of that said and done, folks, now let's commit to putting getting the people and the fuel on the plane. Like I said, we're going to be pretty close on the fuel already. We're showing. Oh, you know what helps if I hit view flight plan? There we go. Well, we're going to be putting on a good 40,000 pounds of fuel. I'm kind of shocked. Well, we'll see where we actually end up. We've got
When that
1,254 miles to fly. So we'll put 1,300 in here on the fuel calculator. We're heading up.
doesn't
Well, go ahead.
doesn't I was gonna say doesn't SimBrief account for like the winds aloft?
Oh, they
You know,
do.
just
And we're
yeah.
going
So
to here as well.
yeah.
Okay, so we are going to 36,000. All right, now our winds today. We have 286 at 26 as an average. Basically, that means a headwind. So this is where this plane and sometimes others can get a little tricky. It's saying tailwind. Well, obviously we have a headwind. So what I do up here, I just don't even pay attention to it. I just look at wind. But I come down and I look at the fuel. If it goes up, meaning more fuel in the tanks, that probably means I'm accounting for that headwind. If they're going down, I'm getting pushed, so I don't need technically as much fuel. I mean, granted, we're talking very small amounts, but still. And by the way, if you fly across the pond events, folks, across the land, you know this very, very well. 100-mile-an-hour tailwind going to Europe from US equates to a 100-mile-an-hour headwind coming back. You benefit to Europe and dog it coming back. So let's see what happens. There's our minus. We just went up, so we want that one to 30. And then alternate distance. Ding, 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 ding. We are going to Portland. Portland is 133 miles away. I'm going to throw on a 10% contingency with a 20-minute taxi. So we've got the fuel calculated, but there isn't a soul or piece of cargo here. All right, let me get back, and we're looking for 357 brave souls. How many is full? Pretty close. 75%, not so close. All right, so we'll just back down some numbers here. And 357. And my CGs still overall look good. Okay, so we'll go with this. Again, we still have cargo at 0. Maximum in each of the holds shows right here. If you're not sure what you're loading, you can look right up here and it'll show you cabin upper deck. This section's cabin 1, cabin 2, cabin 3, cabin 4, and your cargo below it. Cargo, let's see. We need a zero fuel weight of 472. We're like 7,000 pounds from that. Let's put 1,000 in each one for now, knowing we still need a little. $472, $910. $929. Man, that one person keeps giving us a dog about 10 pounds too, almost 20 pounds too heavy all the time. I tell you. Oh well. We'll make this all work. So now, if you remember, we were supposed to block out with 97,300 pounds of fuel. We're going to actually uplift 107,000. Taking into account our alternate, our contingencies, and our taxi fuels. Oh, hang on, folks. I have a call. My wife's getting a call. All right, folks, sorry about that. Like I said, I do work with my wife in the same room, so when she gets business calls, I kind of mute to me, anything that comes in over her phones at work are privileged and we don't need to hear it. Okay, I just looked over our departure and wow, putting us on the 1-7, that's a long taxi. Okay, so we've got our stuff figured out now. So how do we load the plane?
Are you sure you have everything figured out?
Well, to this point. All right, so to load the plane, believe it or not, all you did was did all your
Got it.
calculations here, folks. click the home button, go to refuel, click use load sheet data, and I'm going to go ahead and call it to the tanker and let it load in. So it's going to load us whatever it takes to get to 107,540 pounds. That's what's loading in right now. Then we go to payload. Again, click use data sheet, shows all our peeps. And I'm going to go ahead and let it board and load real world time. Let them straggle on because we got a little bit of work to do still. All right, so here they come. While all of that's going on, folks, by the way, we're going to end up with 17 crew members and 357 packs. So you do the math and you'll figure out how many people are going to be on this plane. That's a good question for the kids. Goes home from school thinking, haha, gonna watch some Twitch today and not have to worry about school. What was that calculation, folks?
Get out that TI-30 and start working.
All right, so now we left off, we had finished the overhead. Now we're on this monster. And this actually is not that hard to test. Just pick an ILS frequency, put it in here and here. And what we're going to do is test our HSI and our horizontal situation indicator. First off, make sure your lights are the way you want it set up here. That's what this switch does. The switch here, and then there's one also on the first officer side, sets your primary display, your instruments in front of you lights. All right, once you've done that, make sure your switch here, radio INS, is radio. Now here's where we test these two gauges. We're going to go up left. So what it means is it's going to show the glide slope above on target, and it's going to maybe move the localizer. I'm thinking it won't. Oh, it did. So the other one, it will not move. Okay, so you saw the indication that worked. Now let's go down right. It moved a little bit, and we got the down indication. Okay, hang on. I'm going to zoom over here. I already forgot what I said. 30, 13. All right, and now this is your radar altimeter, folks. This is your altimeter. Altimeter is feet above sea level. Radar is feet above the ground. Big difference, especially if you're in places like Denver, Bogota, Albuquerque, where you're not down at those lower levels. You're 4,000 plus feet above sea level. So big difference. So, but here we're just testing what it will sound like at minimums. And this was the only gauge that will do this. The first officers will not make a tone. And the reason I'm resetting, I need to see both of these for this one. We're checking right above the horizontal situation there. And then we'll reset. Okay, and then we'll do max indication reset. You've heard this. Let's see if you remember it. Your altitude alert. Okay, working. I'm going to go ahead and set 5,000. We've never heard this on Flying with Mike. It just, it just doesn't happen.
Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up, glide slope.
Probably every flight we hear it. And then if you look right down here on the warning displays, you'll see the rudder ratio come on. All right, next thing, make sure your auto throttle's off, autopilot's off. Your selector here is on heading. Vertical speed is the dark line. I wish the 727's similar dial. had the numbers on it, but it doesn't. That really helps in setting your descents and climbs if you have to set them. Make sure your altitude select and hold is off, as is your selector for how you're going to climb. Vertical speed by indicated airspeed or mark, it needs to be off. Flight director, on. Just saw the bars come down, and we turn it back off. Same thing over here, folks. Up left, just downright awesome. Radio INS, good. All right, now I kind of missed a couple things. I just realized that. All right, so let's hit this second row properly. Clock is set right. Airspeed looks good. Testing this situational indication looks good. All right. Now is when I should have done these. My bad. I got out of order. Okay, we did all of those. Test the first officer side. Believe it or not, folks, when you do your checklists, if you do them, they will register. Okay, 3013, test, and again, no tone. Outer, middle, inner. That's your marker indications as you're coming in. And here's your lights for over here. See how they dim in and out. All right, finally, for those of you that know this gauge, the CRT, we have to warm them up, folks. They're not like your computer displays of the day where they immediately come on. The tubes have to warm up. Now, it's not anything majorly drastic, but it is. Hawker pointed something out really nice the last time we flew this. If you have those old TVs with tubes and all in them, I know, folks, you're going, what? There's tubes for actually in the TVs? They had to warm up, so it would take a few seconds for the TV screen to come on. Same thing here. And all you're doing is just warming the screen up. All right, come down the middle. Take off warning. Speed brakes down, flaps up. And yes, folks, we're doing this deliberately long for our YouTube person that asked me a question, just so you know. Why is he having so much trouble? I'm going to switch views here, folks. All right. Reason being, it's a lot easier. You want these fuel levers idle cutoff. I think it's the down here. I'm going to talk about this when we start. This could be something you may try. Hang on a second. 601 join air wing. Something you may want to try. Take them to rich first. Get them to start, then take them to idle, the fuel levers. But we'll come back. And then finishing up down here with our checks. Everything looks good. Radio frequency will switch. Really? How am I getting an ATIS on 122.8? Is there something like here that's... Huh. Interesting. Anyway, 122.8 is VATSIM's Unicom channel. That's what we generally... Huh. Interesting. Never had that here. All right. Anyway, this is what we broadcast on in flight without ATC. On the ground here in Minneapolis, we'll use common traffic. Okay, 2000 is set. I'm going to bump this up to X-Bounder, this up to standby, and run the nose plate up 5 degrees to help prevent radiating people. And we're ready to go. Last step, let's get the flight plan in here. All right. Wait with that. All right. So we'll go to route menu, company, Minneapolis, Seattle. SMERF, la 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 la. The Smurfs. Great show back in the 80s, 90s time frame, folks. Little blue and white peoples. All right. So that all looks good. Let's go to departure arrival. I have to really debate this. Do I want to go off 17 or not? All right, here's charts. Here's Minneapolis, folks. The triangle marks where we are. 17 is as far out in the boondocks here as you can get taxiing. Um, I prefer 1-2 right or 1-2. Well, no, I'd rather have 1-2 right. But according to the ATIS, 1-2 left and 3-0 right are closed. But it didn't say anything about what's going on down here. They are landing 1-2 right. Boy, that'd be a long taxi back to the terminal landing on 17. We're going to take off on 1-2 right. Ain't going to like me, but all right, let's see what the SMERF 7 says. It lets me. Kinda. I don't see. All right, so off the 1-2s for, let's see, for assigned headings from 060 to 100 cross. All right, so we got to see where's Minneapolis VOR 15-3. Okay, we're going to get that plugged in. Oh, wrong plane. And we're going to go 100. And course 100. All right, folks, let me do a couple checks here. All right. So we got our frequencies set. All right, so we're going to go ahead and set up runway 1-2 right, SMERF. There is no transition, so it is SMERF. Okay, execute, legs, Zogap, Packgoys, next page, SMERF. Okay, good. Follow that up with Dickinson, Hilger, Great Falls, and the start of Glasser 3, the Mulan Pass VOR. Okay, that's looking good. All right, so now we'll do departure arrival. Glasser 3, MLP, ILS 16 right. Okay, hang on a second. Landing south. All right, I'm trying to figure out here what we got to do for landing south. Landing north is this way, unless they're talking landing north is this way, which is confusing as all get out. I don't like this. Nothing here saying. So here, so I'm assuming we make the turn off here at Heather and line up. Okay. So where does that put us on the ILS? A little tight there. What do we have here? A gain. Cybucks is Griffey. No, we're not definitely doing Griffey. And Pain. Okay, so we'll go here, execute, and legs. All right. I'm going to go ahead, select there. So it looks like they want us to come across at Heather, grab it, and come in. Okay. We'll see how this works out. All right. So Spokane, Temple, Whitrow, Odal, Glasser. Okay. Now Jackson is next. Woody, Heather. And then I've got us vectored to a gain. Now there's a chance we might just come over and do the landing. Chance. All right. So that's pretty well looking good, folks. And missed approach for this is out to Surly for the hold. Okay, cool. Touch. Yep. All right. Again, folks, we're going to land on the far runway closer to the bay. I really liked that runway last time we came in, and that's why. We came in and took that runway, and it actually worked out great putting us into FedEx like it did. Hopefully the same, putting us into the south side for the Northwest Airlines parking. Okay, a lot of planning, and that's what you want to be doing here. Now, granted, we have a long, well, a 3-hour flight. So we got time in flight to do this. I'm going to go ahead and put our numbers in. Let's try that again. Northwest Airlines 7. Execute. VNAV. Climb looks good. 3600 and a 0. Over here, we'll put the progress page in. We're 1,100 miles from top of descent at this point. All right, folks. We have the airplane ready to go. The only thing we need to check on, you guessed it, first off, ATIS. 13 minutes old, still saying we're departing runway 17. Good thing is VATSIM's not around. To see us take off on the other runway. And go, wow, he did that. Sure, that's what they'll say. All right, let's check the status over here. Payload. 357 people on board, 17 crew members, and 7,700 pounds of cargo. Perfect. Fuel. Fuel on board, what we need. All right, let's get over here, set up the APU. Watch your needles, 100%. This is going to go up about halfway and then fall back a little bit. This will go to 100%. Oil quantity and it's fine. All right, we're at 100%. I'm going to close the top. Now, down here, do an APU power check. Okay. Looks good. Bring it on. Okay, bleed on. Okay, we're set, ready to go. This is not engine start setup yet. Just so you know, put our pressure up to 37,000. Okay, and pressure page is good. We're good, all set, ready to go. Now, you don't have to run this, folks. It's not a required thing to get the airplane to start. I do just to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights. Check. Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1, 0, 2, 0. Set and cross check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear
Mike,
steering.
did you hear that?
Did I hear what?
The beep beep beep.
Yes, I did.
Okay, good.
On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off.
Yeah, they said something about
Takeoff
Duluth
warning.
Fly needs to contact.
Check. Auto flight
Ugh.
indicators.
Phone number
Check.
is
GPS.
555-1212.
Check.
Oh, you say 1-900
Instrument
mix a
warning.
lot.
Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
Now for the guy behind the flight engineer.
Battery. On. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 107,480 pounds. Fuel panel. Let's see. Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Wait.
Get down there and check that. Explain what they're asking. All right. You can look at it here. It's a little tougher to see, or you can go right up here in your menu, EPRL. Still a little hard to read, but you can make it a little bigger. All right. They're wanting it intake and go around. Takeoff dry, go around really doesn't matter. The difference is one is they're pouring water in the engine to give you more thrust. There's a guy out there that'll explain it to you. It doesn't make sense to me. But if you're my age and remember the age of the 727s and the older 747s like this and military aircraft, just thick black smoke pouring out the back of them with full power. Supposedly that's water injected. I don't know where the water tanks are on these planes to do that, so I don't know where that where that is. Takeoff dry means they're taking off with no water. I don't get it. Water into the exhaust just doesn't make sense. But then again, someone was trying to build a car that ran on water for combustion. That too didn't make sense to me. So, but anyway, that's what they're looking for. So what we're going to do on the checklist, long story short, check.
Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs. Off.
Really? I usually can jump there and it wouldn't stop. Oh well. So basically we're now to after start. Okay. So that means, folks, we can get rid of everything around us. We are on APU. Generators are on. External power is disconnected from the aircraft. So we are good to go. So we'll come over here.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power. Ground power disconnected.
Let me get better pushback on its way.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
I want to go to SEATAC. Next door to MTAC. Now, when we push these aircraft back, folks, there's a couple of things they've got to make sure on this thing, that they make sure that body gear steering
Grounded
lines
cockpit,
up.
tow is driving up.
I'll show you what it looks like here in a second. Let's finish this up though. So we got the cargo doors already closed. And as soon as the cargo loaded, folks, they closed automatically. The chocks are still in, and we should be seeing the tug about to come up to the plane. So I'm going to get in there and get rid of the chocks.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks. Chocks removed.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Cleared to connect. All right. Let's talk about the body gear steering here for a second. All right. You've got your outer landing gear and these inner ones. Now, when this aircraft was built, airports were never ready for this plane. That came over time. So the taxiway intersections were set up for 707s, DC-8s, the biggest planes at that time, folks. Along comes the jumbo 747. Not far after it, the Concorde, maybe before it, the DC-10. All of these needing more room to make that turn. Now, they can make the turn, but without these middle wheels castering in the direction they're turning, they're right there, folks. 4, 8, 12, 16 tires dragging across the tarmac, wearing down very expensive aircraft tires. So those wheels caster to help them come around a curve. If you've ever seen a fire department hook and ladder, what we're talking about is the ladder truck, except it's a semi. You got a cab with some firefighters here, and you got a guy up in the little seat driving the trailer. It looks like, well, he is. And what he's doing is he's driving it so that they can make that tight turn. In essence, the same theory, except there's no little guy in the wheel well there doing the steering for those wheels. So that's how they do it, and that's why when we push back, you want to push back so the wheels in this aircraft specifically are all in alignment. There is actually a gauge in the flight engineer side. Go figure, the guy that does it all, that can tell them, okay, gear is straight. And then they can stop. Today's airliners, they do it so there's no chance of the tire not, seating right on the rim. We had that issue with a C-130 20 years ago at the airport I worked at. A very severe thunderstorm came through. I'll argue we might have had a tornado nearby. National Weather said, nope, not really. But anyway, whatever. There was a C-130 parked on our cargo ramp, and it was facing roughly east when the storm came in. When the storm left, it was facing south. It spun in spot, 90 degrees. The worry was that spinning in spot and not moving forward or backwards took the wheels and worked them on the rims to where they might blow. Again, same theory here. That was very impressive, by the way, to see. And I've also seen out there the wind strong enough to move a KC-135 90 degrees. Very close to hitting the cargo building back then. That was really impressive. Now, the funny story to that C-130, it spun 90 degrees in spot, Across the grass on the next ramp where the terminal is was a T-38. Now, if y'all are familiar with military airplanes, we're going from a cargo plane to a little itty-bitty trainer to a T-37 we like to affectionately call Tweety Jet, even smaller than the T-38. Nothing happened. That's what was bizarre. Now, across the way from the C-130 at the time, we also had GA aircraft parked there. One of the 150s smacked a wing. Thankfully, didn't leak a drop of fuel. And one of the other planes had damage. So it was, like I said, very, very severe winds came through. Just bizarre. That ramp had damage. The little itty-bitty planes, nothing happened. Just, I always found that funny. I know. Let's get going. Let's go fly with Mike. All right, before we close the main door, I'm going to go one more time here. We're going to go to Performance Calculations, click Load Sheet, and we're going to get our numbers for takeoff. All right, so we're taking off on runway 12 right. We've decided whether ATC likes it or not. It's a 10,000 foot runway. Duluth ought to know the elevation. I guess not. Let's see. Runway's dry. Forgot the temperature. 26 degrees. Better get a muckluck on. It's cold. And 3013. And the winds are 210 at 8. All right, so with the basic information in here, folks, 127, 136, 151 are our takeoff speeds. Okay, V1, 127, V rotate at 136, and off the ground climbing at 151 will clear a 50-foot obstacle. Flap up speeds over here, by the way, we're doing this at flaps 10. All right, so we'll set the speed bugs. Stab trim we'll set to 3.5. 17 degrees initial pitch. And 303 above 10,000. All right. Should use about 4,000 feet, a little over 4,000 feet of runway. Frame rates have been an issue here, and watching them up and down. Okay, I'm going to close up the main door. Well, the flight attendants are. Kick away the jetway. Okay, everything's set. Looks good here. Let's push it back. And then let's talk engine start real quick here, folks. That's the whole reason for this flight today. First thing, you got to make sure you have your packs turned off. Now see, if you accidentally get one at half, you need to be at 40 or higher. Now, not knowing what runway or airport you tried taking off from, all of that good stuff there, 601 join air wing. Very hard to tell. Turn them all off. Just flip these rotary switches to off. Make sure you're above 40. Secondly, if you're at a higher airport, say a Bogota, say, trying to think of some others at that level, Bogota, by the way, folks, is at 8,000 MSL. You may have to start your engines and move them to rich. And then once they hit 20%, take them forward. That's if you're high altitude. The other thing you have to make sure you do on this plane, packs are off. Okay, obviously we want the beacon on. That will not affect whether the engines will start or not. Come up here, open your start valve.
Ready to start the engines. Ready for engine start.
There you go, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain
This
speaking.
also
On behalf of the
will
entire
not
crew,
require,
welcome aboard
I'm
the
just
Boeing
doing it
747 Classic.
to help
We
us
will
through.
depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
Okay, so here we go. Let's start the pushback. Now, I move the lever down.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
All right, get through the initial
All
stuff here.
doors are closed
This
and
is
armed.
for the airline and all. All right, now choose your start sequence. I always start with number 3, and I'm going to do them individually today. We're not going to do twin engine starts. Pick system 1 or system 2. It does not
Starting
matter.
engine 3. Start valve open.
All right, that right there, folks, we're doing good. To CN2, go back here, you'll see it spooling up.
20% and 2.
Okay, at that call, folks, take engine 3,
Fuel on. Light up.
and you're going to take it all the way up to idle. Now, high altitude, you may have to go rich to get that extra bit, and then push it over. Key things to listen to are coming up. You should, no matter
Starter
what,
off.
get starter off. If you don't, or this next command, which is very important.
Engine stabilized.
Either of those two or both you do not hear. Double check you started the X-Plane 12 version of this aircraft. Now you look at me going, that is so crazy. How could I not have? Or are we into pushback? Very easily, folks. Yeah, and that's why I gave you Felis for you to check with. We're almost pushback. Well, we'll do it. Come up here. If this box is checked, look at all the different aircraft that now show up. Those are X-Plane 11s. These are only X-Plane 12s now. All right. So that could be what's happened. Make sure you're starting the X-Plane 12 ACF, they call it. Aircraft in the beginning. You don't know how many times I've gotten to where I actually got engines started, but I couldn't get any power to taxi. Or I didn't get starter valve, whatever the last comment is.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
So let's get number 4 going. We're taking forever here.
Parking brake set.
So again,
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Starting engine 4. Starter valve open.
make sure you hold the starter switch too. Now, you don't have to look back into that it's building, but you can
90%
to help make sure.
Fuel on. Light
Again,
up.
if it's not building, there's a good chance you may be on the wrong ACF using X-Plane 11. So starter valve off is coming.
Starter off.
And then we're looking for stabilized.
Engine stabilized.
So that's what you're listening for. If you don't hear those, check your
Show is disconnected. Bypass
version
signal
you're
removed.
flying.
Cancel go right. We'll
Um,
see you next time.
and if you're in high altitude, you may have to go to rich then. And we're going to do a flight here soon out of Bogota. Matter of fact, may do it next week. Got a couple other flights in mind. I'm just going to figure out what's a good days for them. And while we're waiting on her to swing around, she should be out there on our right. Oh, we're not going to see her from here. All right, there's the toe pins. All right, let's get the other engines going. Again,
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
hold the start switch till you hear starter valve open. I'm not even going to look at it, folks.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
I hope this is helping you out. And I know it took nearly an hour and a half of video to get to this point, but I really hope the whole startup to this flight has really helped you.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Okay, let's do number
Starting
2.
engine 2.
Starter valve open.
Okay, we can now move down. Now, you will not see N1 moving up here, or N2, sorry. That's on the flight engineer's panel.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
And like I said in Bogota, we'll get to play with these. Believe me, that was a trip for me the first time. One of the updates, and all of a sudden, boom, now you have to go to rich to go to it. I've never had to do that before with this.
Starter off.
Now you can see
Engine stabilized.
why these aircraft use 2 engine starts. Okay, we'll close that. Close our electrics. Split master, split system has to be closed. Now you see your APU is no longer connected to the bus. Turn the bleed off and stop the APU. Okay, ADPs can come on for the hydraulics now. Shut that one off. We know they're going to want the F cargo heat checked, and we need our packs. People are going, it's awful warm in this tub, this tube. Okay, we're set. I'll explain my setup up here in a second. All right, let's look over here at the checklist. Start switches off, beacon lights should be on. Double checking before we go through it. You can just go right into it. Start levers, idle detent. Engine anti-ice not needed. Electric panels on, pack valves, door warnings, hydraulics, flight recorder, and we'll start.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine anti-ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Back valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
All right, got our radio set, radar coming on, tilt down. All right, let's look at the taxi checks. Okay, we need our flaps.
Flaps 10.
Stabilizer green band. Now this is kind of a funny switch. It's just making sure the green light's up here. 3.5. Probe heat. Yaw dampers set. APU, fuel heat, engineer, aft cargo. I think we're set. Let's do it. We're
Taxi
taxiing.
checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Damn.
Yeah, I didn't check those. All right, now if you watch this gauge right here, folks, you can see the needles. I normally do not fly with the yokes visible. I think you can see the reason why. I can't really
Check.
see my heading well.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
All right, here we go, folks. Taxi out. Brakes off.
Parking brake released.
And Minneapolis, common traffic, Northwest 7 heavy. Taxi to runway 12 right for departure.
Cabin ready.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
All right, folks. I hope I was able to help you out there. I know, like I said, it took an hour and a half to get to that point, but I hope the whole process, maybe you saw something you missed. I hope it helped. So, thank you, sir, for the question. And hopefully I did justice there. But if you still need help or would like to come on, hey, get me in Discord. Love to chat with you, sir, and figure out what's going on. All right, takeoff checks.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
And we'll hold
Damn.
with that one. Maybe? address those issues here in a minute. Interesting how this taxiway goes into the blast pad. Oh, no, it doesn't. Big old do not enter sign ahead of us. All right, folks, but again, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike today. Hope you all enjoy. We're going to now pick up the pace and start getting our way over to Seattle. And Minneapolis traffic, Northwest 7 heavy, departing 12 right. All right, let's finish that up. Flight directors. We said pitch 17. Okay. And body gear steering off.
Disarm. Back valves. Let's see. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Okay, here we go, folks. Start the timer.
Stabilized. Cross set.
knots.
All right, there we go, folks.
V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up. Flaps 5. Flaps 1. Flaps up.
Okay, so what are we doing here? We're flying out to DME 7. And then we're going to hook to the north and fly on. Indicated airspeed climb now. Always make sure your flaps are up. I want to show you something here. This is kind of important, folks. Notice where flaps 1 is versus flap 0. Make sure you're up. We had to land, unfortunately, early once. And reason being, our flap speeds got all messed up because of me. But still, we ran into a lot of trouble. That's 289 off of. Oh, look, the cadet is awake. Hello. And she's in a really good mood. The 3-month-old cadet, how are ya? How are ya? How are ya? Oh, yeah? Of course, folks, this is not how you'd be vectored here. I don't even know what they would do here. I'll be totally honest. All right, we're airborne. We're going to clear the channel, go back to Unicom, finish the flight out. On Unicom for now. We'll see, though, maybe Salt Lake will come up or Seattle. All right, we are at 8,000 feet. The reason I haven't called for it yet, folks, well, actually, I guess I could.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever. Off. Landing and logo lights.
We'll wait and clear 10,000 and take care of that. And speak of the devil.
10,000. Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Back valves. Wait.
It's always good, folks. Yeah.
Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
See, I had missed that. Had I not ran that checklist, folks, I'd have missed it. Ghost flight. All right, we finally got her airborne here, folks. So again, the start is very simple in this plane. Packs off. Starter valve open. Hold the whichever system you're going to use. This is engine 1, engine 2, 3, and 4. Make sure the starter valve's open. Hold whichever system you want to use till you hear starter valve open. Then you can let go, come down, and turn the appropriate fuel valve on when they say so. And then you could be like me and forget to go to 303 knots. And go to VS. allow us to accelerate. 303, okay. All right, and as you can tell, I thought I was on course, and I was incorrect. All right, so there you have it, folks. That's how you get this thing started. You really don't, once you turn the packs off, make sure your fuel pumps are on. Actually, just run the checklists. You should be good. Now, they don't tell you how to start. And then if you run into troubles, hey, I'm available, folks. I'll come up, I'll figure out a way we can do this so you can walk through with me. Or the Felis Discord channel, folks, great place to go. They will help you as best they can. And get us climbing again. All right, and there we go. Really? Back there? Really? Back there just making lots of noise behind us, so. All right, there's 18,000. And I'm going to set it back here as well. Okay, so pressurization is set for the climb out. Packs are on. Remember, turn these off, folks, right here to start up. And we're on our way, folks. Hope you enjoy. You know what? This one's not like yesterday. We were up and down and up and down. I'm going to go ahead and bring Stream Raiders available. Now, granted, it's going to be 30 minutes from now, folks. And you're welcome to join in. It's no requirement to be on Flying with Mike and play. We just have it as like some kind of in-flight entertainment for about, if we're lucky, 5 minutes to a minute. And we just go on from there. Boss kills. What's that? All right, so you got 30 minutes, folks, 30 minutes to place your armies. And like I said, maybe we'll get a minute or two out of it a couple of times on this flight. I really do, folks. If you appreciate it in the chat, let me know. If you don't, let me know in the chat or over on our Discord channel. All right, we are in cruise. I am going to take a quick 5-minute break, and I'll be right back. All right, folks, we're back with you. Oh, just watching the grandbaby. Happened? Why did we stop climbing?
Thousand level off.
All right. Looks like I let the airplane overspeed a little bit. So we'll get up to Mach point 85 here pretty quick. All right, so we'll let it settle in there gracefully at 36,000, folks. We're at Mach 0.85. We're in cruise. We are 2 hours 16 minutes out of Seattle. Welcome aboard. And of course, folks, if you don't need, you don't have to drift over. You can do this way to get your information. The only thing not there is the av tab. But everything else you need for the plane is there. Excuse me. All right. And I'm going to put this in altitude hold. Do a quick check of my panels. Packs. All right. Here's a classic example. Why we didn't touch this panel after refueling short haul. You see how, okay, imagine fuselage, wings. You want the heavier weight towards the center of the plane. Okay, so you got your fuel gauges here. Notice how this one's below this one. Same over here. When we start our descent, I'm going to empty our 2 reserve tanks, number 4, number 1. They'll flow in respectively to number 1, number 4. That hopefully will either be at or slightly lower than the inboard tanks close to the fuselage. That's what we want. The fact we're off a couple 100 pounds here in this plane does not matter. A couple 1,000 pounds, I might try transferring some fuel. Actually, not transferring, using the fuel pumps and the cross feeds to move that fuel or to burn it more in the, for the engines to balance up. But being 300 pounds off, folks, is not going to put this plane in a tailspin. I'm more likely to put it into a tailspin than the fuel. All right, folks, so we're on our way. 11 minutes, by the way, folks, to the battle. You feel free to join in. I don't require it, folks. I just put it up there as a way to fill some time. Some people have asked me, so I am trying it out for the month of July. Why not? Viewer Appreciation Month. They're viewers. Let's give it a try, give it our best, see what we think. I'm personally not a huge fan of it. But I get it. I get it. So, all right, I am gonna just to save your ears. Let me turn the sound down. Hopefully this won't blow your ears away. Oh, that's not too bad. Did I really? Oh, there it is. Right by it. There you have it, folks. Felis 747 or 200 Classic. All right, looks like we have an ATIS up out there. So I'm just looking ahead a little bit here, folks, making sure we're covered. But we got some time, folks. We got 2 hours to get out there, so we can begin to kind of study what we're getting ready to get into. But overall, folks, we are airborne high above. Gonna say we're in Minnesota. Don't think we've crossed over yet, but we might have into one of the Dakotas. Don't know if you can hear that behind me, but our cadet is barking orders. I'm listening into your orders too. Yeah, that's what I said. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. Be right back. All right, folks, I'm back with you. We got the cup of coffee now. Let's just take a look here, see if the radar is showing up anything. Nope. And you know what? We're gonna pan down. Uh, let's tilt 2. But folks, this is a wonderful aircraft. I highly recommend it. Oh, looks like Sperrybot got somebody for spamming. All right. Just going through here and seeing what I missed as I was away. Wow, that Sperrybot is pretty good. Okay, cool. So thank you folks for being a part of Flying with Mike today. I just happened to look over in my chat here and went, what the heck hit? If you're interested in this aircraft, folks, exclamation mark 742 is in the title as well. And that'll put you right on a fantastic plane. It works both in 11 and 12. And I'm going to tell you right now, I can't highly recommend this plane enough. You see us flying it quite a bit. We don't push it to the max like we used to back in the Century of Flight early FSX days. But we might start. So, all right. Well, I heard the battle cry. That means it's time for Stream Raiders. Let me see. Oh, yeah, we're perfect here. And the battle will be just me against... I don't know what. So let's see how we do. Wow. We won! All right, well, we're going to get another battle up and ready to go, folks. There you have the battlefield. Oh, we got to open all of these chests. Oh, we got to find somebody good at that. 30 minutes, folks. We'll do it again. All right, the battlefield is for me set. What you guys want to do, that's up to you in the next 27 minutes. All right, we're going to continue on with an hour and 56 or so minutes to go. So hope you enjoy, and thanks for flying with Mike. Okay, just getting some things checked out here. Okay, bear with me a second here, folks. I'm doing some work here with my job search. Okay, folks, and again, my apologies. I am here and watching the chat. I just something came up here that I got to look at to see if I can't get a jump on job searching here that I've been doing for 3 months. Obviously, not very successfully. All right, figured that out. I can't believe I did that. Oh my gosh. Okay. All that just for that. Hey, never know. Okay. Okay. You got my complete attention now, folks, as we go right into the break. My apologies, folks. Oh, that's on my computer, not you guys. Okay, 8 minutes to the next battle cry, folks. Thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike, putting up with this loose nut behind the wheel. He's trying his hardest to find a job here. Got a lot of things working against me, but I also have some things for me. So we're trying. That's all we can do. But the one thing I can say is, even though this huge stumbling block the Lord put in front of me is really just uh it worst kind of, well, not the worst, but it's up there on the scale of being bad. Um, there are blessings that I can actually say from it. Loss of a job, folks, is rough. That's rough on anyone. I don't care if you're 18 years old, or if you're 68 years old, or 59, as in my case. It's rough. And other things that occurred with this job loss add to the weight of that, but it's just a sucky situation, a huge stumbling block that's been rolled in our way. However, I can report there is a great blessing here as well. Monk, if you ever watched the show with Adrian Monk, oh, what's the guy's name that played him? Um, Always had a great line in there. It's a blessing and a curse. The curse is I lost the job. However, the blessing is my wife works from home, and uh, that allows her to help out our youngest, who the lovely ambiance in the background you hear sometimes, our 3-month-old grandbaby, about to be 4 months, um, allows her to watch her while she works at home. Well, working at home at this time of the year with her job, things are kind of getting into that where they're getting ready, they're bottoming out and getting ready to ramp up. So she really can do this now. Come a month or two from now, it's going to be tough, yet I'm here and can help out. So there's the blessing that I'm able to help out, help with our grandchild and our children, because there's another kick coming here in a few days, which is another blessing. And so while overall this sucks losing a job, and it hurts, it digs, especially now 3 months in, and I can't really see anything out there. I've tried, I've applied every week to job after job. Nothing is um, nothing. However, I can turn the corner, and the blessings are right here in front of me. My like I said, beautiful granddaughter, starting in August, be watching another one. Um, so there are blessings in this, and for whatever reason, truly they let me go. I'm far from and beyond that. So just moving on and just counting the blessings I do have. So I hope you all can look at it that way when these kinds of things happen. Oh, there's what I'm looking for. Sorry, folks. I was trying to figure out where am I? Where is what I'm looking for? All right, and we got that taken care of from our secure drive. All right, so that's cool. So again, folks, sometimes, bad things happen. You know, um, I can tell you, 59 years, a lot of stuff has happened. Good, bad. Uh, when the bad comes, when the storm erupts, I start looking heavenward more. And that sometimes you'd be shocked what that can do for you. So, anyway, let's keep moving on here, folks, towards Seattle. Um, 1 hour, 30 minutes out, 2 minutes to a battle. And God bless you all. May you not have to go through these kinds of things. That is my prayer for you. All right, folks, Hilger, not far away. Oh, I just heard the horn. Now let's see if anyone's out there to join us this time. That does not appear so. That's okay, that's okay. That all we had to do here? Wow. Wow. Uh-oh. It's a bomb. All right, folks. Well, where are we? Well, if I go down here or I go up here. All right, I really don't know which way to go. Let's do it. All right, folks, sorry about that. The wife asked for a little help. All right, we are 1 hour, 20 minutes out. I'm going to go ahead and start looking ahead. All right, so Seattle right now, looking good. Brief numbers for both 16 left, 16 center approach. I know where that all stems from. Simultaneous approaches in use, BFI in Seattle, traffic below you on final. All right, so looks that's real world, by the way, and we'll be going with it unless things change. METAR 5 minutes ago. Variable winds. Looks beautiful there, folks. Few clouds at 3,000, 22 degrees. Really a spectacular day. So look forward to this. All right, let me look ahead. We're coming up to Great Falls, Montana. And I'm not sure where Friday night operations are going to be today, but we ought to have some fun, that's for sure. We're going to be pretty much, I think, done for the week after this show in town that I'd like to go see. We'll see how that all works out. Plus, it's one of the granddaughters' birthdays coming up here in the next day or two, and I hope she's having a happy birthday. All right, so for an arrival brief here, folks, let me just bring this in real quick. Charts, where are you? All right, so we're going to fly the Glasser 3 arrival, Mullen Pass. Mullen Pass, MLP 117.9. Direct Spokane, GEG. GEG. Sounds like a song getting started. 15.5. Then we're on to Temple, Withrow, Odall, Glasser, and Jackson. No restrictions until Jackson. Aircraft landing south must be at 250 and 12,000. So, with that in mind, let's pull up the FMC. Make sure Jackson is there. It is. Good. How do I know? It is. See how the numbers are here, a little smaller than that? That signifies you've got it set for something. And we're set at 12,000 descending. All right, so let's continue in. Now, currently we're set, once we hit Jackson, go to Woody and then Heather. And then cut over to the ILS for 16 right. Our case might be visual. I'm going to try to get us the hook over a little early. I might even do it up at Payne. So you never know. I just want to make sure we get fully established. I get the airplane to where I want it, and then I'll take it from there. and try everything, everybody. I've got a couple people trying to help me with approaches. So we're going to take their tips full-hearted here and see what happens. Just like 601 join air, or what the heck was it? Join Air Wing had questions about starting it. My difficulty comes in maintaining the approach by hand. Anyone can maintain it on the autopilot. I'm trying to take over further and further back. Eventually, when I get comfortable visually, I want to start bringing clouds in. I wonder if I can do it gradually where I don't, poof, they're gone, but I may have to, and work my way in. Of course, I could always just do something like this where I can't see. In essence, instrument training all over again, folks, but it forces you to fly it. All right, so that's how we're going to get in. Yeah, show you what I just did. Now, you could set it up on approach like this, folks, and just be focused on your gauges. Okay. I'm not ready for that yet. Just so you all know. All right. So from here, let's take a look, make sure there's no important data on this chart. From Heather, heading 250 vectors for final approach course. Obviously, instrument conditions would warrant a quicker turn to get you on the ILS. All right. From there, we'll transition over to the ILS. Now, Heather is like right in this ballpark, and we'll be coming over less than 6 miles to get fully configured into landing. Like I say, if worst case scenario, I'll go all the way up to paying VOR and intercept. But we'll come down. I'm kind of set up for a gain. But again, do you see a nav display here like you're used to in the buses and the 737-800s? So we're going to plan about 15 miles out turning and then turning in on the ILS. All right. And then we're going to fly. Let's talk about this. We'll have to set. I'm not sure what our CTAF will be. I'm kind of curious. Will it be 120.95 or 19.9? I'm thinking 19.9. But anyway, localizer is 110.75. Okay, so we'll get on the localizer heading 164 for the runway. Penka is 1,900 feet on the glide slope, which translates to 1,485 feet. Again, remember, bold numbers for like Finca, decision altitude, these two, not these two bolds, these two. MSL, they're altitudes above sea level. In the not bold and in the parentheses on top of it, above ground level. Now, real nice on this plane, we'll show it here shortly. We have an altimeter, we have a radar altimeter. Radar altimeter will go 200 feet. Why? Because that is above ground level. If I set it to 615, we're gonna be getting a minimum call way too high. So, got to be careful with that, folks. All right, know your airplane. Missed approach. out to Zurli or Peoy. Like I said, we're aiming to come in at a gain at 15.8 miles out. We may be in later than that, and our altitudes reflect here. Right now, we have not begun the calculations for our landing. We'll do that here, so we'll come back. Also, 2, which is a full array of lights. Pappies should be on the right side. Missed approach next to it, and then our minimums. Now, the big thing here, folks, say the weather was El Crapo in Seattle. We had a broken layer of clouds, 006. That gets a little nerve-wracking, folks. Now, 006 means 600 feet above the ground. So the number we work with then is the parentheses. So long as it's 200 feet and above, we're legal to come in. Folks, I'm going to tell you in the sim, it could be a crapshoot what we actually see. We might get down to 200. We might break out at 1,000. You never know. Oh, wait, without a tower, we could have that too in the real world. Why? Because a tower in the real world, a tower in, well, I'd say in VATSIM, there's a caveat. Tower in the real world, landing aircraft would go, possibly say conditions on approach. Why? Because they're going to take your pilot report, factor it in for the next plane coming in. Let them know what you pilot saw, what you reported. Now, why do I say that may or may not work in VATSIM and through a caveat? Yes, a tower could do that. Problem is the pilot may have no idea what you just said. Because, well, that's how VATSIM can be. They're not used to that. You just threw them a curveball. They have no idea. Some will, some won't. So that's why I say it may not work in VATSIM. And our sims may be different in how your install read it versus his install versus his. That's 10 updates behind because he just flat, I'm not updating. Oh my gosh, no. I'm not fixing something that's broken or not broken. I'm guilty of that, folks. So that's why. Now, that's why a lot of people might go for the 200 just set for that and be done with it. Great. You're legal. Half-mile visibility or an RVR of 18, we're good to go. So, but these are your minimums. Now, if you get reports, the touchdown center line lights are out, touchdown zone approach lights are out, you notice visibilities go up. That you have to have in that METAR. All right, so we talked about it. Let's go find out what we're going to land this thing at. By the way, there we are, getting finally into some rugged territory as we approach Great Falls. Here. Let's go back to performance calculations to landing. Okay, I'm going to pull up the chart real quick here for the airport. All right, we're going to park. Well, first off, we'll worry about that in a second. We got 8,500 feet of runway. Keep that in mind as we put it in. Flaps 30, use the load sheet. Okay, so what that put in is our landing weight is planned at 507.8. Landing elevation is 432 feet. 160. Dry temperature 22. Barometric pressure 19 minutes ago 30.20. And variable winds at 6. Interesting. Well, that's Minneapolis. It's showing a tailwind. Actually, I'm going to... Yeah, we're still landing south. Okay. That was 20 minutes ago. Okay. All right, so now with the data added, ahead, since this airport is kind of creepy with the way you land, slope 0.7 down. Oh wait, that's, yeah, downs. That's right. That was right. Okay. All right, so look, can't use minimum. 8,500 feet leaves us 1,000. It means we got to be right on our game. Only real good runways, the 9,000 next to us. The reason I chose this, folks, is if I can do this landing perfect, which I'm planning on, of course, we can get off at Quebec, taxi straight across the runways into the northwest parking area. Again, we'll be parking South Satellite. All right, set to speed bugs. We're looking at a ref of 130. Okay, but we don't have to set that. Clean 233. So after 233, we can start bringing flaps in. All right. All right, so we'll set the radar altimeter. Now, we talked about this. Okay, when we get in there and we set our altimeter here to 3021, I think it was, we're going to be 400 feet different. So you're 432 feet above sea level at the airport, wherever the reference point is. Touchdown is 415 feet above sea level. So that's the discrepancy there, folks. So that's why I can't set the radar altimeter to 615. Why? I'm 400 feet. That's 400 feet I could descend in the wind, in the clouds, if I had to get to where the charting says I can come out. Now, when you're working with the 737 800s or the Airbuses, and you've got that baro and radio, baro, radio, you can set the baro on that to 615. If I had this bug over here, yeah, I could set it to 615, somewhere right in there. And it would sound at the same time this one sounded at 200. So that's the big thing you got to watch for when you're flying these things. Okay. So, and I know you didn't see any of that because I didn't put charts up in front of you, and I do apologize. But we're about to cross Great Great Falls, Montana. After the commercial break, we might be up for another battle. Place your armies, folks. And again, I want to thank Duluth Fly for being on here earlier. Oh, hang on. I'm going to wait 30 seconds, get out of the commercials, and then we'll do that. Welcome, Duluth. Welcome. For those not seeing it, Duluth is back in the moderator stand. He would have rated us, but Mother Nature called and he had to bail. I get it. Hey, no problem there, sir. But we just wanted to give a big shout for you being here as a moderator. By the way, cast your army 1 minute away. Gonna see how I feel at the end of the month with it. All right, I said this a few times, folks. You're down to the wire. 10 seconds. Cast your armies or hold your peace. Hold your peace, because here we go. Yes, I'm going to try to remember. Put the map up there, Mr. Captain. Looks like nobody wanted to join in. So, is he gonna die real? We'll find out. Hey, that's not fair. You're shooting at me already. Yeah, we went after that one. You know what I'm thinking? Oh, I saw, hang on here a second, folks, as I slide it back. Oh, I get you there, Duluth. Like I said, I'm just kind of seeing if those that watch the stream, you folks, by the way, there are a lot of, hang on, I'm missing the word right now. Bear with me. Sponsorships that come my way on Stream Elements that I look at, and I've only delved into about 2 or 3 of them. When it comes to games, I'm not a big game kind of guy. And I feel a lot of flight simmers are that way too, true flight simmers. So that's why I'm hesitant on these folks to put them in play. One, I really just do not think we can actually make the mark and make some money off of them. That's the goal of being sponsored, is to make a little extra money on top of the money as an affiliate. And, I just don't see a game yet out there that I'm willing to, is it stick my neck on? No, that's not the right term. That I'm willing to give a try. Hello Fresh, I love that idea. I mean, that's something I can push. Did it work? No. Babbel, same thing. Those kinds of sponsorships I really like. Did it resonate with my audience? I don't think so. At least I didn't see any of that. But when they start throwing games out at me, I really just, I'm very hesitant on them. And that's the same thing with this. So, and the fact I don't even know what the heck I'm doing. I mean, I watch some players come in here, and all of a sudden their guys are going a whole different direction than my guys. Like, what the heck? So I don't know. Can I actually move my guys around? So that's where my problem comes in with this, folks. All right, so all right, so that's where I come from on these folks. So, all right, but 26 minutes from now, folks, if you're up for it, be another battle. Now, I've seen a couple streamers on longer flights delve in, and I don't know how they get around it, the copyright rules. Go off into different aviation safety and accident investigations, and I don't know how they, some can because they're real pilots. I get that, but they're using copyrighted material, so I don't know how they're getting around that. But just fine, power to them. So, but yeah, I could see where that comes in handy on a 10-hour flight. All right, folks, so that's where I come from on these little interludes, if you will. All right, so we are 36,000 feet. Olin Pass should be next. And let's get some frequencies dialed up. Believe it or not, folks, you can fly this VOR to VOR. I've done it. It's not easy. I mean, you can do it, But you got to be watching gauges and all of that fun stuff. That's that thing called flying again. All right, so Mulholland to Spokane, Mulholland 17.8. And we're going to be firming up. Now, I'm going to show you a little trick with this plane. It does not work for those of you in X-Plane 11 with the 727. It does not work, but it does here. Let me show you that here in just a second as we prepare for the arrival on the Glasser 3 arrival. All right, real quick, weather, 30 minutes, good. 30 minutes, good. All right, nothing changed. All right. All right, that little trick. Now, when you're on the 727 with FlyJSim, granted, they're separate companies, so obviously this trick is not meant to work there. However, because in the 727 you have a nav GPS switch. Shake your heads up and down. Yes, you do. All right. Now, technically, by definition, that's the same thing this is. When I put it in INS, I cannot move this around, okay? Keep it in radio, I can, and as you've noticed, we've been flying the FMC. So, just a little trick. So what I'm going to do now, Mulholland, Glasser, I need 15.5. We're going to throw that in here. All right, so what I have set up now, I have MLP, Mullen Pass, Spokane here. Now they're 80 miles apart. Our heading or course to Spokane VOR is 260. All right, so there you can see we're getting very close. Basically, when we cross Mullen Pass, we can turn to 260. On we go. And I need to, and if you notice, our heading is only off not much. 7 degrees, just a slight turn. Now, nothing is saying you have to fly it VOR to VOR. Those of you that fly this plane, SEVAs, with the INS or the LTV, which are the INS, these lovely creatures right here, know the limitations of INS. Or at least I hope you do. 9 fixes at a time. As you start getting closer, you start putting more in on the backside. You know the routine going through. Told you folks I know how to fly with the INS. Well, let me rephrase that. I did it a long time ago. Do I still know how to do it? Probably not. It'd take a while. But you got to keep feeding them. I don't know much about the LTV, but I think you're in the same boat. 9 fixes is all you get till you can start putting more in. And that includes your starting fix. So what a lot of pilots will do, fly the charts. The charts were not our nav back in this day, folks. And if they were, there were conventional departure arrival charts. This is considered conventional. And you just fly them per the chart. To a point that you, as a crew, decide that's where we'll start the INS. That's your first one, and there you go. Up until that point, you could be vectored, so why have the coordinates? They're hard enough to get, folks. I mean, here's the problem. Do you see coordinates? No. Let me try something here. No, no coordinates there. Now, I am going to, I didn't bring the chart up. Oh, wait, let me bring the chart up so you can see the no and the no. All right, so here's the chart. By the way, we're 73 miles out. Okay. All right, so here we are in between Great Falls and Mullen Pass. There's GEG. GEG is 152 miles out, which if you do the math, that's about 80 miles. Okay. So we zoom in. Not the greatest, but I didn't see any fixes. Let's go in on the chart. That's where you should see them. Don't see any fixes there. How did we get them? Let's try one more source. Sim Toolkit. Kinda, sorta, might. Okay, and I'm only using this because it's better than having to pull up the browser. All right, well, will it show it? No. Will SkyVector? Possibly. Hang on, I'm just going to put the flight in here, MSP KSEA, and I'm going to explain the chart. This is called a sectional chart. VFR flying, basically, we'll leave it at that. No, just kidding. See if it'll do it. MLP. Nope. See if I can put Glasser 3. Nope. All right. Well, we're not going to get, I'll have to put it in. Even on the sectional, there used to be your coordinates right here. Let me go to Great Falls. Now, because of the digital age, I can click and there's the coordinates, but it used to show up right underneath here. Let's try a different chart. There we go. There's your coordinates finally. You have to get them off the charts. Same with the high level. And then it goes kaput, like it just did. And that's one downside to SkyVector. All right, but anyway, it's free. So, you know, can't have everything you want all the time when it's free. But by the way, we're set up here digit so you can kind of get an idea of the terrain. Come back yet? I forget there's a way to refresh. Oh, it's down in South America right now. Hey, we're finding the map. Oh, I know what happened. We were on the wrong map. All right, so let's go up to Spokane. All right, so again, that's how you would find your coordinates. Now, would I recommend that? No, I'd put you on the VOR and you fly this VOR to VOR. because by the time you get out to Jackson, you got a line coming up, radial coming off of Seattle. You can fly down to Heather, cut over, or at any time. That's how it used to work, folks. But you can't go to the charts anymore to get it. All right, so a little bit of aviation knowledge out there, folks, that I know. But yeah, that's what you could do. You could have flown from, say, SMERF. Either get that coordinate or the coordinate that was next. And in our flight, the next coordinate would have been Dickinson VOR. So you could have just come in, took the bearing to that VOR, and used that, and then the next, and then the next, and then the next to Mulholland to Mullen Pass, and then start in VOR to VOR to VOR. Well, VOR to fix, to fix, to fix, to fix, to fix, off that VOR, and Kane ahead of you. So that's how the INS would work and does help you. Believe it or not, folks, you can depart Heathrow. There was Q8, I think it was, on YouTube. He's really who taught me a lot more about this plane than I didn't know before. Every time I run into someone or it's a video or actually somebody about this aircraft, it's amazing what I've learned. But he goes into the INS from start to finish. He's going from London to Phoenix, I think it is. He's the one you want to watch for how to handle the fuel tanks. That's a perfect flight where the center tank is gonna have fuel. So you gotta drain it first to get and work from there out. So just letting y'all know.
And Mike, I was gonna say about Stream Raiders. If you don't think it's feasible to keep, I mean, it's free. You're not gonna lose any
Oh
like
yeah.
sleep on it. So.
Oh no. I mean, like I said, I'm just not one that needs that. Like I was saying with Stream Elements,
Mm-hmm.
I don't take a lot of sponsorships for games.
No, I don't take any because
I've
I
done
don't.
2 or 3.
Have you actually gone
I
anywhere with
never
it?
made the what is it? The goal.
The gold? Yeah,
I
neither.
never
That's
got
why.
anyone either.
Yeah, neither have I. So I'm not. Don't be worried about
Oh no, I
anything like
don't.
that. No.
I'm looking for that sponsorship. Games are not something I like to sponsor. And just like running games, I'm not a big gamer, guys.
No, neither am I.
And
Yeah.
this is it. Folks, I'm here to tell you, I don't fly DCS.
Nope.
I used to.
Yeah.
I used to play Arma. I
Mhm.
didn't really like it. And beyond that, folks, that's my gaming history. I've dabbled with a couple of others because they were playing it in the firehouse. I thought, what the heck? And I got killed right off the bat. So that really, keeps me enthralled.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this game, I totally don't understand. So I don't get it.
What it is. It's a time killer. What it is.
Well, yeah, I get that part, but I don't get when it's running how people can go one way and I go another.
Well, what do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean?
Okay, let me pull up the map here. Bear with us, folks. By the way, we're crossing Mullen Pass in 9 miles. I'll stay on the FMC for now. Where are you? Oh, I gotta go way up here. That's right. Doink. All right, so we're here.
Yeah, should have like 3 units on there.
But how did you? Oh, you. I can't. You can.
Yeah.
I can't put more than 1.
Yeah, because you're the captain.
I know. But anyway, I have watched this game with 2 people I have no idea who they are. I think one might have been regulars to the channel.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I think that's me. Yeah, I'll start going, we'll just say that way.
Yeah.
They'll go that way. How the
Well,
heck
some
do
of
they do that?
they just have a mind of their own. Basically, there's like depends on which where the enemies are and what's not. So it's all they're all like I wouldn't call them non-playable characters, but you just put them down and they basically go wherever they want. They go to they just go to whoever. Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't really know the whole rhyme or
That's
reason
where
how
I
this
get
game is.
confused. I get confused with what's this for. And for the
Yeah,
longest time, I couldn't figure out how to throw spells. And now I've done it once and it like froze us. I'm like, I won't touch that again.
right.
So that's where my problem comes in. There is not a good manual for this game. It seems
It,
real
it,
simple,
it
but man, there are some people that can do things here that I don't understand.
right. No, I get it. Like I said, if you it's and that's I'm not saying it's for the smart or the dumb. It's just something to. It's just something that you can
I know. I get it.
have something.
Pastime with
Yeah,
every 30 minutes.
everything. Yeah. Well, see, the cool thing about it is that if you have enough people in your stream, they will play, and like for the flight simulator guys, people come into these streams and they just camp out because they want something to they want like white noise in the background. That's all it is. That's what and that the flight sim guys give that like. See, understandably, you have the teaching method where you try to educate people on how to fly a plane. And then so that way either people are either sitting there working and listening to you or
Or
they're
snoring.
or what
Snoring.
snoring. Oh god. Well, that's to be determined. We'll find out soon. But but no, but seriously, see, like for my streams, I found out that if I do a stream and I don't play any music in the background because during the VODs they're muted for my music, that my VODs will be watched more often than not because I don't have music because of the white noise in the background of the plane.
Yep.
And so, how I rarely talk and I rarely ever do anything. But yeah, but yeah, that's mainly why. And I'm just saying is that if you don't think you can, if you don't think it's feasible
Oh, yeah.
for, you know,
I know. Open up the cargo bomb bay doors
the bums away,
and away it goes.
right?
No, no, I get it. I'm giving it a month to see
Oh,
if I like
okay,
it and how the crowd likes it.
fair enough.
Yesterday it never played.
Mm-hmm.
And well, that's also because we were up, down.
Yeah,
We
right.
could have done it from Pensacola to Dallas a couple times,
Mm-hmm.
but who'd have known?
Right.
So, all right. So we're 45 miles from, where are we?
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Getting there.
Are we there yet?
57 miles to Spokane.
Estimated time of arrival, you have 32 minutes until
Yep.
you land.
And we'll see where our top of descent lies, 130 miles out. We've been through all of our briefs. We're 133 for our VREF.
You've been briefed and debriefed and rebriefed.
And set the bugs one more time. Again, folks, remember on this landing, with this loadout, it's an 8,500 foot runway. We're going to have 500 feet left. So we'll see how this works out with our brake settings.
I was gonna say you need to put the brakes at maximum.
Might. I've done
I
that
would.
before.
I would.
I'm looking here to make sure no change in the winds, because I'm showing dead tailwind with a 0 cross, so that's why I've got it set at 340.
Right.
All right, let's see where VATSIM has us at.
Where
wow.
over Spokane?
I was trying to figure out. My daughter's here. I'm like, is it 4 o'clock already? Like, dang. Someone put the anchor out on this flight.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, that's where I stand on that one, Duluth. I'm not.
No, I get you.
I'm just seeing how the crowd likes it.
Well, that's another thing is that see, you stream during the day. A lot of these stream reader fanatics and obsessed guys, people with it, are at home, and when they come home from work or school or whatever, that's when they go nuts on it. So,
Okay, well,
but I
we've
mean,
got
that's
night
just.
flights. We do them, so we'll
Oh
keep it
yeah,
going. We'll keep it, like I said, to the end of the month and see what happens.
right.
All right, so 39 miles. Let's back that up with past 1730, I think. Oh, wait, we're set up with pain. Gonna have pain.
You are a pain.
That I am.
No, I'm a pain. If anything.
So 102, that's 87. Okay. But
So I
yeah.
talked about. Did I tell you Bad Attitude is a dispatcher for
Oh
a
yeah.
prominent airline?
Yeah, I followed his path to dispatchership.
Yeah. Oh my God, that poor man.
He
I
hates
was
Denver.
talking. He what?
He hates Denver.
Yeah, apparently. But I was just talking to him. I said, good luck. We're all counting you. Geez, are they all still canceled? Are they starting to recover? He said, no, we're still trying to call back. I give it 1 to 2 days before they're completely back to normal.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Everything's out of whack and they got to get it back into whack.
Right. No kidding.
Doesn't take much,
What
folks,
what
to.
was the name of that place? Crowd something. Hold on. What was the name of it? CrowdStrike outage disrupts travel and business worldwide after faulty updates. So they were trying to update the system and it crashed the system.
That sounds like a good cover story.
Yeah.
You can tell I don't trust much that comes out.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, it does not. I mean, look at a winter storm, folks. Cripples any of the Northeast airports. If you're just watching the U.S., any of those get crippled, the ripple effect that happens and how long it takes to reset. Now, do
Wow.
worldwide.
Airline passengers were stranded at airports and thousands of flights were canceled. Hospitals closed their doors to patients expecting routine appointments. Shoppers encountered self-checkout terminals showing the notorious blue screen of death that pops up when windows fail. Get this. Even the organizers of the upcoming Paris Olympics reported impacts on delivery of uniforms.
Yep. I watched a TV or a show on Discovery. It was a series.
Yeah.
Michi Akaku, I think's how you say this scientist's name. He went through what taking to today 2000 when
Mm-hmm.
he
Yep.
started the show. What would life be like in 2050? And how would we get to each of these different, from transportation to medical to this to that to uh, infrastructure, things like power, water, each of those areas he delved into and where we were in 2000, what he forecasted it would be like in 2050, just 50 years, folks, and what it would take to get us there and how we're moving that way. And viruses came up.
Hey, you got a friend in chat, bud. Did you see that?
Matt, 1997, welcome aboard. Uh-oh, getting your instrument written test. All right, I'm going to hide under my desk now. Awesome, sir. I am glad to hear that. Enjoy flying under the hood afterwards. I did it for private and really didn't like it. I can't imagine what it's like for instrument. I heard the battle cry.
Yep, let's go. Let's go kill some dum dums.
Let's see what we got here. Oh, we got, just the 2 units. I thought I saw another one.
No, so I got 4 in there. What are you
No,
talking
I
about?
looked up there and I thought I saw another name.
Oh. Now remember, what else? Hold on. Oh, okay, yeah. No. You should have put the curse thing down.
Hey, don't be hitting me with those things. I'm gonna take an arrow. I think we won. Victory! You won the battle for East Fork faction. Whatever that
Yeah.
means.
What the heck that means?
And
Well,
we'll send it to whoever. Duluth Fly got the award.
I wonder who that guy is.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Some knucklehead.
Hey, I get some stuff here. I got some scrolls. Some coins.
I got a gold chest. Gee.
Ooh, and I got a quest. The heck? Dolly behind enemy lines. Okay, I don't know what that means. Okay, that took care of that one. Armies, I get another army. Half of these I don't understand.
Well, you see those little potions on the bottom that were on the bottom of that purple thing and
Oh yeah,
that blue thing. You should have placed the curse thing on one of the enemies because it would have enabled you to it would have like enabled them to be like a little more able to be killed quicker. Any hooters.
oh, I can't do that. Okay. All right, what is dungeons, I wonder?
I don't know.
Where are we? Ooh,
Oh.
we get to finish. Which bad guy do we want to
Yeah.
go after? How much time do
Whichever
I
one had
have?
yeah.
I don't have time,
You
so we're
you
not
don't
going to.
yeah.
All right, folks, we're calling it for the day. Because I need to figure out what my next heading is. Because I'm actually flying VOR to VOR right now.
It's that way.
264. And then now I'm going to put in pain. Because I think, we lost Mullet Pass. Did I set it? I didn't set it. That's why. Okay. All right, but anyway, that's just my thoughts on it. I'm just going to be open to it and see how things go. And then get into Seattle and see how those things go.
Seattle.
Now I've got a Zebo FedEx there, and I'll have a Northwest 747 there. Actually, I could fly some 727 flights out of there.
Oh, speaking of which, I need to check and see if the Zebo is updatable.
Let's see where Spy Flight's flying today. Oh, he's, of course, out of Frankfurt. Okay. Looks like he's flying the big event out of Frankfurt. That's actually a fun time sometimes. I've done a couple events out of Frankfurt.
Who?
Me.
Oh, you.
But Spy Flight's doing them right now, doing one, or he's on to another one. I like seeing where they're going, try to give me some ideas of places to visit. Oh, he's headed to Geneva.
Is he going to a convention?
That would be a fun. That's a good flight there, Spy. That's really a well played. MD-11 down to Lake Geneva.
Hmm.
How many miles is that? It's only 267 miles.
Huh.
Huh. Like I said, he gives me ideas.
Crowd spike. Words. Crowd Strike said in a blog post that the faulty file implicated in the more widespread outages had a timestamp equivalent to 12:09 a.m. Eastern Time Friday, and and an unrelated Microsoft outage Thursday who also caused problems. Yeah, so
Well, it didn't affect us. We were on time, folks, so to speak.
yeah. Listen to this. Listen to this. CrowdStrike Chief Executive Officer George Kurtz said he is deeply sorry to anyone affected by the global outage during an appearance Friday on NBC's Today Show and vowed to make sure every customer is fully recovered. Little, too late there, Bubba.
Yep, I better start thinking about coming down. Hang on a second. We need to be. Where the heck is landing south again? Oh, there it is, 12,000. So 36 minus 12, 24 times 3. So 85 to 90 miles out. That'll put us between Temple and Whitrow. Let me show that on the chart so you all can say, ooh, now that makes sense. So if I've done my math correct, folks,
Yes,
this is
big
where
yes.
we're going to 12,000 feet, is right here. It's called Jackson, 20 miles from Payne, which is not coming on yet. Temple, actually we need right here. See how it says 87 miles? Whitrow pretty much is where I could start this stop and descent to make 12,000 feet there, 2,000 to 2,300 feet a minute.
Richard, the sound makes me think you're saying rut-row.
Rut-row.
Rut-row shaking.
And the Scooby-Doo machine is right over there. I don't know if I like this chrome.
Chrome, as in on the plane or the website?
I don't really know if I like this. I think I said that the last time I flew this many years ago, so.
Hey, by the way, I wanted to let you know something. I'm going to talk to Riley, aka Shampoo Flyer. I'm going to see if he can try to figure out how to make a decent Tucson, Arizona airport. Because the one that was given to me is borked.
Given, not the default?
No, the one that was given to me by my moderator, Tomcat, because he moved to Tucson, and he wanted me to fly out of Tucson. So I experimented today. Oh my God, is that thing borked? It's not his fault. It's just something that came off the he said something that came off the explain.org website. Whoever designed that thing needs to be handed in their
Well, they gotta,
visitors
first you
manual.
gotta make sure you get all those extra sceneries lined up right in the scenery
Oh no,
file.
yeah,
Because you always gotta have extra stuff with them.
absolutely.
And that's why my St. Louis is all screwed up right now. I think I've got to go figure out where to get Sam scenery, because
Oh,
Sam's no
that's
longer around.
easy. What do you mean it's no longer around?
Sam is gone. Scenery,
No, it's not.
you got to use the other one, and in order to
Sam
use
3?
it, you got to get the scenery files.
Well, they're free on explain.org, aren't they?
I don't know.
Oh, you just Google them.
So, and I'm only suspecting that's what I need. Have you seen what St. Louis looks like on mine
No, I have
from
not.
StarSim? That beautiful
Oh,
scenery we had right when X-Plane 12 came out?
oh, that one. Okay.
There's no buildings. There's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just ramp.
Okay. Yeah. So when you, oh boy, did you pay for it or was it free?
I paid for the St. Louis. Now, X-Plane 12 is beautiful,
Yeah.
but X-Plane 11 for the 727 is now
Mm-hmm.
toast.
Oh wow.
So I have to have reverted back to the original.
Well, you have, how about this? When you after you get done visiting with your wife and daughter and the granddaughter today, you can I'll pull you into private chat or we'll sit in my chat and we'll figure out exactly what you need, how you need it, where we can find it, and we'll get you going.
I just want to, I was going to email here in the next day or two StarSim, show them and go, what the happened in X-Plane 11?
Right.
Because
Well,
it
you gotta
works
understand
fine
if
in
it's
X-Plane
X-Men,
12.
yeah,
Well,
if it's X-Men 11,
one
you better.
little hiccup in it, just a little, where the Metrolink would ride in St. Louis in the real
Hmm.
on the bridge that goes
Yeah.
behind one of the terminals and out, it's under it.
Oh.
Like I said,
Okay.
small hiccup. I'll take that over no buildings.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it.
I mean, I rolled in there with the TWA flight and I went, where the heck's the buildings?
Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Did you download all
Oh,
the? Is it HD? Is it like an? Is it like a? Is it like a Tampa International Airport type thing that for that vertical sim has for X-Men 11 where you have to download the uh the 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 hell is it?
there is no Mr. X or any of that.
No 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 no. He have two separate files you have to download. It's the HD version. It's there's two files that you have to download.
I'll have to go back and look. I didn't see them.
Okay, so there's if he you have to check because if there's two files you need to download, you have to download both of those. And then here's the bad thing about it: they fixed in X-Plane 12 that was compared to X-Plane 11 that you have to significantly you have to like rearrange the file listings in the custom scenery INI file.
Okay. I
So
could see that. And I know that from my days with FSX. And
mhm,
so I know that's a big possibility. Yes, I was off
yeah,
course, folks, and I'm getting us back
it
on.
it's my fault. Sorry.
Oh, no. I just forgot we had to go to 264.
Two
Working my
six
way.
nine.
All right, we're going to go ahead and start descending too.
You got anybody you got any air traffic control on you need to talk to or no?
Nope. I
Okay.
don't think Portland's going to care what I do up there. Unless I come their way on a
Oh, you're
divert.
going to Seattle? Yeah, they ain't gonna care.
Unless I divert.
Right.
All right, we're a little early on the descent. We're 90 miles out. So I'm going to ease at 2,000 feet a minute. Now, one benefit with this plane, folks, that you don't get with FJS, and I hope FJS listens and maybe one day brings us the illustrious 727 back to us in X-Plane 12. Do I hold my breath? Nope. That the wheel is a lot easier to read. This one you can see, okay, if I set it here, then I'm doing 2,000 feet a minute. Just like it says. Now, I am going to come over here, set 290. Actually, I'm going to set 300. And get ready to put this into IAS for my descent. Okay, we're still. All right. There we go, folks. And by the way, I believe that's Mount Rainier outside the window. Now, Duluth, do you fly with the auto ortho stuff?
I do not. I fly with default.
Okay, that's what I got too.
Yeah, I can't figure out how to make that damn thing work.
I haven't even tried.
Right? Don't even bother. It's not, to me, it's not even worth it. I mean, yeah, it's free, but how do you? I don't know how you're supposed to set it. You're supposed to have like with the potato of a computer I have enough stuff running on it as it is. So I'm like, nope.
Uh-oh.
What?
Hang on a second.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be right back, folks. I got a weird text. That's why I was away, folks. Sorry about that. Just making sure nobody had something lined up. I didn't want to.
What the hell did you do now?
I don't know. Hang on.
Yep.
All right. Now I'm going to track inbound 255. And we're going to flip-flop to 10-6. 255. All right, we're getting ready. Let's see how we doing on this descent. 323,000, and we still got 60 miles to go. I think we're okay. The only bad thing is, folks, with the old school aircraft, you have no idea how you're doing on your approach. You don't have that little Boeing arc ahead of you to show you where your descent ends. Hockey sticks in the Airbuses. So you're pretty much hoping you're hitting it right. So actually, I might steepen us up a little. All right, so there we go, folks, making our descent. turning on course pretty much now where we're supposed to be. And 48 miles minus 20, so we're doing not too bad, 28 or so miles out. Let's dial in 16.8. How many of you fly Seattle? Should know that frequency. It's the VOR. Oh, what do we need? Radio 23. And again, folks, this is how you do it. Most people, when they flew INS on these planes, would come off at Mullen Pass. And since this is conventional all the way, you could fly VOR to VOR. Hit these fixes at your marks. 44 miles here at Gloucester. We just passed that 4 miles ago. Next up is Jackson at 23 off of Payne. 110.6. R75. Yep, right on track. And that's how you would have done this back in the day. The INSs would no longer be in play. So, and of course, long distance runs, they're godsends once you're able to get away from your departure airport and get established on your route. 18. Hey, we're starting to get some numbers in. 250 at 5. Please tell me you did not switch. No. 230 at 5. Altimeter 3020. All right. Now let's get back here, start dumping some fuel into from the reserves into their respective wing tanks. And let's start setting and depressurizing the cabin. $18,000 may be a little high to start that, folks, but how we doing? Gonna be close. Let's go ahead, start slowing to 250. Okay. Go speed brakes. Go speed brakes. $23 miles. Okay, so we need to set up to go to 203. All right, here we go. And now we descend. Start continuing our descent. Let me see. 5,000. All right, there we go, folks. 250, I can get the speed brakes in.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
You got somebody in your chat, Mike.
What are all the add-ons that I use? Not really a lot. I use Sim Toolkit, NavGraph charts, and then of course the Felis 747. Oh, he's on his ad break, so I'll wait for him to come back. But yeah, see if we can get down. I'm getting a little nervous. We're high.
Oh, we're high, all right.
Far out, 26 miles.
10,000.
All right, hang on a second here, folks. I'll get that answer to you here, Cinematic, in just a second. Cut over to the VOR here. And we're going to 110.75. All right. And 164.
Thousand level off.
All right, folks, we are very close to landing here. All right, Cinemax, sorry about that. We run NavGraph charts here. This is the Felis 747-200. Beautiful aircraft. We run Zebo, we run Tolus, Flight Factor here. X-Pilot for connecting to VATSIM. And I'm trying, oh, and Sim Toolkit for flight planning. I hope I got them all. I can't remember my key command for that, dang it. And there's Seattle in the off to the left there a little bit as we level off. And folks, we are about to arrive Seattle. We are planning 16 right. I need to get second CTAF. 119.0. Really? Oh, that is the one I thought. Okay. For a second, I thought it was the one for my runway. All right, here we go for the intercept. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and start us down to 3,000.
Delta 8147, I need Northwest Airlines 7 to advise if they're on frequency.
Aye. Interesting. I've never been.
All right, Delta 8147, we'll be turning final shortly for runway 16 right.
Northwest 7's on channel. We're setting up for the ILS right now. Over SEATAC, is that what it's called? Airplanes right on it.
Flaps 5. Gear down.
And Northwest 7 heavy on the localizer at SEATAC 416 right.
Gears down. Green light.
Delta 8147, Northwest Airlines 7 needs to advise because we're going to be sequenced very tight.
Okay, third call. We are SEATAC inbound 16 right, Northwest 7.
Gotcha, you didn't come through the first 2 times. You said 16 right?
A firm, we're on the localizer, gear down.
Ideal.
Gear down 16 right. Oh, I tell you, these people.
We got you.
If need be, I can always sidestep over to the center runway.
No, you're all good. Don't you worry about it. We also have extra fuel to burn.
Where the heck? Alright, we're coming off the autopilot, folks.
Flaps 30.
Sync rate. Pull up. Pull up.
And folks, if you look over there at the center runway, you see that hump right there? I really hate that here. Okay, throttles are mine. Flaps.
Delta 8147, we might be just passing above you. We're climbing up to 5,000.
Sync rate. Sync rate.
500.
Sync rate. Sync rate. Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up. 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 Pull up.
50, 30, 20, 10. Check reverse. Auto brake off. Out, off, reverse.
Alright, folks, a lot of things went wrong on that. I should have just gone around because I think I was really... I think we had a flap
60
issue.
knots.
You made it, that's all that counts.
Alright. Seattle traffic, Northwest 7's off 16 right. Reasons why I stay away from Seattle sometimes.
Delta 8147, we're into the zero-ly holding pattern for altitude regain.
Just come back or land on one of the other runways. Is it that hard? Guess so. Yeah, looks like we had a flap issue.
Flaps up.
Yep, we have a flap issue. I noticed our airspeed drifted up there with all of that chaos with that guy. Ah, oh, we actually ended up with another in-flight emergency.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Outer brakes.
Hold on.
All right. I'll get things going here in a minute. All right, folks. Things to not do to people is don't like what they're doing in front, sidestep. What if I'd have been on Unicom?
Probably would have reported you, and you got a ping by.
Well, the problem is 90% of the controllers, guess where they hand you to when you get to the runway?
Mm-hmm.
Unicom.
Yep.
So, all right, well, we're going to get that in a second here. Let's get the radar to standby. And this is next.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Flaps.
Damn.
Got a flap issue, so. I believe Northwest parked in here, folks, but they could have been in any of these gates. This was a big, I don't want to say hub for them, because I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure. But it was a big deal. I'll take this one off. Get the outflow valve open, close, close, check.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
Damn. Seven units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Wait. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
All right. Here I go into the stand. And by the way, folks, this is why I say check to make sure you're not at flaps 1 because this will cause flap issues. And I'm going to give Felis great job on this. I like it. I just didn't realize I let my plane accelerate with flaps out.
Parking brake set.
Bear with me here, folks. I'm going to get these engines shut down so it doesn't move potentially anymore. All right. All right. Gotta love people like Delta. Hey, Melvin Leroy, welcome in. Thanks. Thank you, sir. All right. Well, I don't even see Delta. Did he ever figure out what he's going to do? Guess not. I don't want to listen to him, so I'll go here. All right, let's shut this thing down, folks. Beacons off.
Cabin ready.
Cabin crew, disarm slides.
KINS Pro. Oh, pros. That's what I forgot. Deke and Deke. I just kind of go through here, folks, and get them as I see them. That way we can just run it, hopefully, real quick and call it. And then I'm going to look at how we did with the airline and get ready to be gigged on this one. Oh, yeah, and our hydraulic pumps can come off.
All right, secure cockpit checklist. Brakes. Parked. Beacon lights. Off. INS. Align. Probe and window heat. Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights. Off. Radar. Off.
INS. Off. Radio switches. This.
Checklist completed.
All right, and with that, folks, we are in Seattle. All right, with the airplane where it's at, let's get over here first. Service the plane, go to failures. You can see there's the failures, fix all. We're back, and they should be retracting or up. My bad, but turned into an in-flight, which we are safely on the ground. That's good to hear. Hey, thank you there for the shout out to Melvin Leroy. Great guy, folks. You ever catch him online? He loves to fly the older stuff too, more with a spinning thing on the nose instead of this beautiful queen sitting here. Although I think I've seen him dabble a time or two in this one. Now, that 2D thing that I showed you about with the EFB, this is when it comes in cool. All right. Then we can get rid of it. Get all the doors? I did. All right. But again, there you have it for Northwest Orient. And again, we are not going to Tokyo today.
Come on.
All right, Hawker. I mean, Duluth.
I did not. No. Don't insult that man like that.
Oh, that's right. Singapore. I'd have to be going to Singapore.
Yeah, that's correct. You tried that, yeah.
All right, so let me. I think we're good to set this chocks. That's what I needed. Actually, I'm going to do that from inside.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on. Chocks are on. Cockpit to ground. Connect ground power.
All right, now we're set in. I am going to go ahead disconnect from VATSIM. One, I just don't want to see that Delta guy. All right. I'm curious how this is going to play out over there. All right, so I wonder if I'll get any credit for this flight.
No.
Might not. Believe it or
I don't
not,
know.
I'm not being joking here, folks. There's a chance I may not. Well,
Why?
I got some.
You buttered that landing from what I saw.
Well, I'm gonna look that up here next. I did get credit for it, so that's good. Wow, all those problems, folks. I wish I could bring this up. Hopefully, Sim Toolkit's nice to us. Hang on a second. Give you a better view there. There we go. 153 feet a minute they got us at. With all that trouble, we did pretty good, folks. Hundreds, all our points. We what'd they say? Nailed it.
Nailed it.
All right. Well, I'll take that as a win. All right. So now the infamous Sim tool. Actually, let's get rid of that since we are no longer online. All right, so you can see where some of the troubles laid here, folks. As we came down, we ended up flying through the localizer somehow. Is that Delta over there? Who knows? Oh, there's Delta. Why he could, never mind. I'm not going there. All right, so let's see how we did here. Give Duluth
What?
77 feet a minute.
That's what I said.
I heard butter. I didn't hear the numbers.
Oh, I thought you saw the number. Yeah, you buttered that thing.
No, I normally don't see them.
Mm.
All right, so there's what we did route-wise. We got a little squirrely on the Glasser 3 because we didn't follow the VOR to VOR, but we still made it to Seattle. Details. Now, folks, I know a lot of you will use Volanta. Now, it's a good tool. Some of it's payware. I have yet to run anything I have to pay for here. But there are pieces to it that are payware. So that's another reason why I steer clear of it. Secondly, and more importantly, the next screen we're going to go to is why I like Sim Toolkit. First off, 3 hours, 14 minutes in the air, 1,200 miles, 33,000 kilograms of fuel, 1.1 Gs for the landing, 77 feet a minute at 172 knots. Now that's fast for this bird. Way fast. Matter of fact, I can't wait to see if we touch down on the runway or in maybe not on the runway. That's what I thought. We landed, nailed the numbers.
Yeah, you nailed them already. Damn.
Jeez.
You dotted the one.
That is awesome. Folks, the reason I'm laughing, the landings where you're supposed to put it down is right here. We had, when I worked at the airport a couple months ago, I'm not going to mention the group or anything, but if we were landing from the north direction towards the south, he would try to land before the numbers so that he could get off at the taxiway to the general aviation ramp with the aircraft. Unbelievable. He did it every time. I always laugh. It's not that much further to go down a taxiway, come back, but he would nail it every time, just about where I did, if not a little further back. And it looks like I did it today. But yeah, these big white marks, folks, are the aiming points. Right there's your glide slope, and your PAPI should be somewhere right in here. All aiming to put you right there. All right, we landed 347 feet down the runway, 1.6 or 1 foot off the center line. Doesn't get much better than that, folks. 8,500 foot runway, 150 foot wide. We did a good job with the problems we had. No go around with that problem, folks. You got to put the plane on the ground eventually. All right, we're going to try to rewind this flight. So I'm going to do a lot of it from out here. I'm not caring if I don't hear them. And am I getting on Messenger? Okay. Who knows? Not getting it, but I'm glad to hear he is still out there and kicking. Haven't heard much from Hawker lately. All right, so we got everything cleared up, ready to go. Pull the jetway. Fingers crossed. Getting warm and fuzzy. Oh, we went too far. And right here's where the problems started, folks. We're turning for the localizer and we went right through it because we had somebody, knickers weren't, I guess, in the right place. All right, so let's kick it. Hey, let's get some music. I know what I'd like to play, but I can't. Yeah, it's nice that they got us lined up wrong one. Hopefully the scenery will come back here soon as we nosedive. There we go. And yeah, I forgot to put spoilers in, folks, so that didn't help us either. And we'll creepy crawl in. Actually, I'm going to pause it right here. All right, for those of you subscribed, this is why I don't like 16 center. This is very tough to judge for me. They do it. I don't know if this is real or not, or if it's an exaggeration off of X-Plane. But do you see that hump, how it goes up? I just don't like landing. The other runway's not much better. So I'm going to see if I can find some Hayward scenery out there to try to get past that, since I've come in here quite a bit here lately. All right, we're going to wait 30 seconds and we'll bring it on in. I think we're good now. I like it. Actually, shows pretty well deployed. By the way, folks, we are slowing from like 240, 235 right now for landing. Welcome back from the break, folks. We are coming in. Again, just pointing out over there. Here, I'm going to pause it again real quick. All right, let me see if I can't. I'm not going to be able to real easy. See how that hump is right there? 1/6 left has it, folks. That's sometimes I've actually tail struck a couple times. So that's why I prefer this runway for landings. Boy, that was a good landing. Holy mackerel. Let's go back and look at that again. Just, oh, and there went some lights.
I was gonna say, you took out some lights on that runway and London down. Wham! Sir, we have a number for you to call.
1-800-FAA.
Yeah, right. Geez, you did take out some of those lights.
I
Holy
did,
cow.
man.
Wow.
All right, let's get the Hawker 125 cam going here. Hang on, get out here
Which
a little
one's
bit.
Wait. Which one is that? Is that the
Coming right at
runway?
us.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We're gonna get hit, folks. Actually,
Yeah,
I'm not
you
playing
get
chicken.
Smack.
Oh yeah. One more time. Only Hawker could see this.
Oh my god.
I mean, it's a beautiful approach, but it's just
That
look at that. Here we go, folks. One
screenshot.
little- Screenshots, definitely. Look at that. Oh, if I didn't take lights out, it's barely.
Wow, buddy. Wow.
You know, I may have to do that again just as a clip.
You know what? I can do that. Hang on. I got you. Just get a good look at it and I'll clip it. No, tell me when you got a good clip.
Okay, we'll go back one more time.
Yep, and don't say anything so that way we don't hear our,
Here we
our
go.
annoying voice.
Flip it.
Okay. Okay, get ready. All right. Working on it.
Yep, I got one too, so. All right. I got to get a title. But anyway, let me get a couple more good views of this. That's awesome.
Oh my god.
It's a beautiful approach, but it's just.
That
Look at that. Here we go, folks.
screenshot.
Look at that, folks. All right, folks. Well, that was a fun ride. We're going to do one more. I'm going to see if we can get a good shot from the tower. I don't think we can here. I think, yeah, that's what I thought would happen. Look at that. Oh, right through the lights. All right, I need a title quick.
I got you, man. I got it. Yeah, you took out some lights in that room and nothing was on. Wow. Alrighty. It is saved, copied.
Published.
There you go. Published.
I'm publishing mine too. Just
There you
gotta
go.
send
There
it
it
to
is.
Hawker.
There you go.
Mr. FAA himself. Folks, I want to say thank you so much for flying with us today. It has been fun. Even the little hiccup coming in here to Seattle with Delta. You know what? It's a shame Delta bought Northwest. Northwest should have bought them. Anyway, we're going to call it a day. You all have a great time. Monday, we are going to be back at it. Couple of ideas being tossed about in my head. Some GA work up in Alaska, especially out of the Juneau-ish area, and or maybe MD-11 action, which would make some people very happy. So I'm going to work on the schedule. I'm going to try and get one up this week. I know we've been seat of the pants. I see yours up there, Duluth. And I hope you enjoyed. And thanks, Melvin Leroy, for stopping in, and Duluth for the shout outs. And I know I saw someone else, Matt 1997 Air. Thank you all for coming aboard, and I hope you all be safe. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next week. Hawker.
Feel free to join Mike, me, and Duluth.
Oh
What?
my, going to Singapore.
Oh, the hell with you, Hawker. Wow.
Oh, well, folks, y'all have a great day, great night. We'll see you again Monday.